Pay attention.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order this Pflugerville City Council work session on Tuesday, May 26, 2026 at 5:01 p.m. We'll move right into our regular agenda. Item 3A is to conduct a presentation on the Pflugerville Community Development Corporation FY26 second quarter financial report. Tracy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're clicking. Yes, so this is the second quarter of fiscal 26. This was presented to the PCDC board on May 20th at their regular meeting. So just a high-level recap, total revenue is at 42%. Sales tax is at 49% in budget. We are tracking sales tax. Originally we budgeted 3% year over year, and we are not tracking at 3%. Right now our fiscal year over year is about 0.3. And if you ask the software AI projections, it's projecting that we may land at about 1%. So we are keeping that in mind as we move into the fiscal 27 budget process.
So if you don't mind me asking, is that enough of a difference that y'all think that you'll plan both for PCDC and the city to readjust our projections this year?
We won't change this year.
Okay.
The budget is set at 3%. It just means we won't meet budget. But it'll definitely matter how we approach next year.
Got it. Thank you.
Interest income's at 25%. There is a payment in the fourth quarter, so that's not necessarily as behind as it looks.
Okay.
Other revenue is all received in quarter four. Tracking, this is the same chart that y'all get in your reports as well, but as you can see, the pattern's the same, but trending a little bit behind in fiscal 26. On the expense side, 36% of the budget has been spent. Personnel is at 34%, operating is at 26%, development incentives is at 13%. Most of those are paid out in the fourth quarter, so the 13% doesn't scare anyone. Capital projects is at 29% and debt payments is at 47%.
Do you have the information about what the capital project spending was? Because I think it was somewhere around $2 million in this last quarter.
Do I have?
Do you have information about which project that was?
The projects that are moving forward are the Helios, right in, right out, in the impact wave.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any other questions?
Given that the sales tax is dramatically below what we had anticipated, obviously that's going to have an outsized impact on PCDC budget, but also it's going to have a dramatic impact on the city budget. What are we going to be doing in terms of reducing our planned expenditures to meet that reduction in income?
I think, part of it is just monitoring both sides. So we're not exceeding expenditures and not meeting revenues. So it's a combination of the two.
So
we have salary savings. There are savings on the expense side as well.
Okay, so we're just tightening our belt every place that we can find it.
Just monitoring to make sure that if we say we're going to be short a couple of $100,000 in revenue, we may be making it up in another revenue line. I know that there are other revenue lines that are going to exceed their budget.
And Tracy, do you have
for the city budget or for the PCDC budget?
The city.
Yeah. So the PCDC budget, that's pretty much all sales tax.
Yeah, there's not a lot. There's not a lot of other areas that can cover that. So.
And it looks like
they are underspent on their expenditures as well.
And what about property tax? Are we going to be? Does it look like we're going to?
David, this is an item on the PCDC quarterly report. Let's focus on that.
All right, we'll get back to that then.
All right.
Later. But thank you
Jonathan, did you have a
And
question?
yeah, just a quick question. So, Tracy, do you have any reason to believe we will not be able to make up that deficit given what you've seen so far?
I believe we will be short.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, no,
Got it.
I will be surprised if we get to
I'll-
3%.
Okay.
What I saw in there was coming in 1% behind projections on the sales tax revenue, right? Which is about $100,000, $120,000 for PCDC. I also saw that we were only at 34% of our personnel budget halfway through the year. I'm gonna assume that there's some savings in there that
Right.
There could be some
make
cost
up the
savings.
difference. All right, council, any?
Yes, I wanted to make a comment. I think it's really good that you actually get to sit and look on both sides because they go together and we need to have this conversation about PCDC and where the city is as well. So I just wanted to thank you for your clarity. And that we need to know that when we sit here and say PCDC can pay for that and that and that. So thank you for that.
All right, council, any other questions?
No, good job, good work. I think the mayor made the accurate point that there might be some built-in cost savings on what we're having for that. And everyone's on the same page regarding what we see the numbers to be.
Because I was going to ask for PCDC to pay for something else.
All right, Tracy, thank you so much. We're going to move on to item 3B. That's discussion regarding the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 27 to 31, with emphasis on the projects and priorities to be considered for fiscal year 27. We've got Director Rector, Director Ashay.
You didn't have to give her a computer, man.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So, before I get too into the weeds on this, I just want to remind you that 2 weeks ago, I gave you a lot of information. Since then, we have presented you with draft 5 of the CIP for next year, Capital Improvement Plan. I'm getting better with.
I loved how you took the time to go ahead and do that. That was good. All right, good job.
He picks it up quick.
So,
Yeah.
I don't want to take up all the time here tonight. I know that last time we met, there was some conversation amongst the council about going and looking at what we had already put together and providing some direction and feedback. So I'm going to give you a very high-level overview this time. I'm going to try my best to stay out of the weeds on a lot of things. And as you come up with questions or things that you want to discuss, just feel free to jump in. I'm really hoping to get a lot of feedback from you guys tonight so we can know how to push this thing forward before we try to push it together with the final approval coming very soon. So first thing we have before you tonight is just a comparison. I thought it would be good to show you kind of what we had done in the FY26 capital improvement plan versus what we're proposing in the 27 capital improvement plan. So you can see that roughly the number of projects overall stayed about the same. We're proposing 80 this year. We did 75. When I say this year, I mean FY27. When I say last year, I mean FY26, even though we're still currently in FY26. 75 last year. The big change you can see there is, actually there's a typo on the bottom of the total general fund on the left. There should be 55. We missed a 5 there. The big change is we've added a few projects in the general fund. For the most part, the utility fund decreased. You can see funding-wise, we have decreased from last year to this year.
Absolutely.
And then, as I told you last time, I generally did a close to 50% cut compared to what we were presented, what you guys were presented for FY27 requests last year versus FY27 requests this year. And so you can see there that that's close to a 57% reduction. I can break it down for you line by line if you'd like, but that's kind of where we are at. So I wasn't quite spot on, but I was pretty close. As we go through here, a couple things that I want to remind you. So we've tried to color code things and simplify things where we can. So when you see that blue text, like you see there in the 2026 GEO bond text that's on the slide, that is a project that we are recommending to the Bond Advisory Council for them to present to you guys very soon for a potential 2026 bond election. If you see the double green dollar signs, that means we are fully funded on those projects. So we are not asking for anything additional. If you see the single dollar, the green dollar sign, that means that we will need additional funds at some future year. And as I told you last time, we have basically tried to set up the CIP in alignment with what P&Z recommended, which is no additional debt outside of the 2026 bond election for projects. And we have basically delivered on that. So the almost $22 million that you see there, those are future years of some other funding source. Everything that we've put into 2027 request, except for those 2026 recommended bond projects, is already fully funded.
So just so I understand there, what you've got is 18 projects that you want to get started with in 27, and you have the money to get them started, but in future years, we will need the additional funding to get them finished.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Director Rector, I just want to thank you. This is a fantastic way to show this information. And you may be getting to this later in your presentation, but are there any particular individual projects that give you consternation about pushing out, or do you feel pretty confident about your recommendations at this point?
Yeah, especially since you said almost. So
Yeah.
it was like, okay.
I mean, just to be completely transparent with you, I was very uncomfortable having to come in this early and make big changes to your capital improvement program. As I expressed to the city management team, it's uncomfortable for me because from an engineering perspective, I can sit there and evaluate projects and say, based on an engineering perspective and an engineering perspective alone, this is what makes sense. I've worked closely with Tracy on finance, and I can say, from a financial perspective, this makes sense. What I don't have the visibility on and the history and the time with you guys is the political perspective, right? Because that's another aspect that we have to take into consideration. And so, do I have 100% confidence that what I'm giving you is exactly what you want? No, not at all. Do I have confidence that from an engineering and finance perspective, what I'm recommending is the best possible thing for us? Yes, I do.
I love the way you put that because the reality of the situation is this: is that y'all. I'm going to say this. I say it to y'all privately. I'm going to say it publicly. I'll continue to say it. Y'all do a phenomenal job of giving us the tools and resources necessary for us to make decisions. And then there's just some decisions, hard decisions, we're going to have to make. I hear it from my left-hand side regularly, and to be fair, I understand what they're saying about specifically what kind of environment we're in right now with the current economy and everything else. At the same time, I'm dealing with a situation in the suburb, south of us, where a project was funded with a bond in 2006, was not fully funded, and we're hoping to see if we can get it executed, 20 years later?
Goodness.
And so you don't want to have projects that are just hanging out on the vine where it's like, okay, if we're telling our citizens we're going to do something, do it. So.
So my question, Director Rector, is, you talk about these are the right projects to do. These are the projects that make sense. Can you tell me, are these the projects that you can get done? That's been my question, my challenge over past years is that we put a lot in the plan and then we don't get it all done. Can we get all this done?
Facts.
I believe so, Mayor. So let me quantify my statement there. When the city management team directed me to start trying to figure out what we can actually accomplish next year and to take a closer look at the CIP, one of the first conversations I had with our transportation team and our utilities team, I didn't have the conversation with the parks team, but I figured Jeff had it covered, was how much can we actually do? Look at our staffing, look at our workload. How much do we have in design? What stage of design is it? How much do you think we can actually get done? And then when they gave me that number, I said, okay, now how much would it push us if we had to push ourselves hard? How much could we get done? The rationale there is that if I set the bar too low, then great, we delivered all of our projects, but we did 2 projects. If I set the bar too high, then we've set ourselves up for failure. So I wanted to be somewhere in the middle, but aggressively so, because that's just my nature. Is I'm a competitor and I want to be aggressive and I want to go get things done. I've said it before, like engineering is kind of my jam. And I like to get projects designed and I like to get projects built. That's why I became an engineer. And the idea that I get to build and change the face of a city in a rapid amount of time really excites me. It gets me going in the morning. And so, so I wanted to push the team. So yes, do I think that we can achieve the vast majority of these projects? Yes, I do. Do I think am I willing to sit here and guarantee and stake my career on we're going to deliver 100% of them? No. I'm fairly confident that I can deliver the majority of these projects with the team that we have in place.
Glad to hear that. I'm sorry, Kimberly, did you have a question?
No, I'm good, thank you.
All right, so what's next?
All right.
Hold
So-
on just a second,
Okay.
Director, I want to go back to that because we have had, as the mayor alluded to, a number of years where we got less than 50% completion on the projects we were expecting to get. And I know that there's been some turnover in the engineering department. Do we have adequate staffing there? Do we need to make some changes? Do you have the personnel that you need to execute these projects? Or do we need to reduce the number of projects to match the number of personnel that you've got?
Or the inverse.
So actually, and I don't want to spoil things too much for you, I've actually suggested that we could look at reducing our overall staffing level based on what I think the future of the CIP holds in the engineering department. And so you'll see that whenever we get to the budget conversations. I believe that with the team we have and the vacancies we have, which we are trying to fill right now, we can deliver the projects that we've presented to you in the CIP.
Did you
With
just
the-
say more with less?
That's what he
Hold on.
said.
I want to make sure that I understand that. With the vacancies we have, you mean we're going to fill the vacancies we've got, or you're going to leave those positions vacant and you're still going to deliver just more than 50%?
There are, in the utility department, there are 2 vacancies that we are trying to fill out of, I think it's 4 total that we have right now.
Okay.
We're trying to fill 2 of them. In the transportation department, we have 1 vacancy that we're trying to fill out of, actually, we have 3 vacancies that we're trying to fill 1 of right now. I believe that when I have that 1 filled in transportation and those 2 filled in utilities, I can deliver this CIP.
What are we looking at in terms of timeline to fill those positions?
And get them up to speed.
It's hard to say. Engineering is not an easy area to recruit on a regular basis, specifically in the municipal sector.
Oh, this council knows.
And so I would like to tell you that it would be quick and easy, but if I did that, I would be lying. I do think that this particular economy makes it a little better because I happen to have a lot of contacts in the private sector, and a lot of those firms are not being as aggressive right now with hiring more staff and plussing up. Some of them are actually potentially looking at doing some reductions. And so I think that's going to put us into a position where even though we tend to not compete as well on a regular basis with this particular economy, I think it's going to put us in a pretty decent position.
Now, are we talking about baby engineers fresh off the vine, or are we talking about people who have some private or public sector years under their belt for these 4
Potentially
positions
both.
you're talking about?
I know that in talking to some of my private sector peers, they are not hiring as many, as you put it, baby engineers right now. And so that's going to put a lot of the recent college graduates kind of in more of a little desperation mode because they don't want to be boomerangs. They want to be productive members of the engineering world. And so I think that's going to help us there. And then with the larger firms not looking to grow their teams at the higher level, I saw it on LinkedIn this weekend where they were talking about the unicorn in the engineering world, which is that 15 to 20 year engineer. And they're not really looking for that as aggressive right now, where 2 years ago benefited me because that's the area that I am 2 years ago. I mean, it was open season on guys like me because there was nobody else out there. Now firms are like, we're okay for the moment, and so we're not being as aggressive. So I think it puts us in a decent position to be able to have some real conversations with some potentially qualified engineers.
Okay. And I'm going to assume that you know a lot more about engineering recruiting than I do, but I just want to make sure that we're not just looking
good
at
assumption.
engineers at Big Maroon and Big Orange, but we're looking at even people from other lesser states.
Yeah, like South Carolina and USC.
So, this is not from any of the Maroon or Orange or even Texas. So, yes.
So, Director Rector, I appreciate you keeping your eye on the ball. I will try not to lock in my expectations until we see your final budget proposals and what you're asking for, but appreciate you thinking through all of those scenarios.
Just a quick question, since you're an engineer, I figure you can answer this quickly. When you build your capacity model, is that based on number of projects, project scope, or project value?
Typically, we look at number of projects more than anything.
Number of projects.
I mean, complexity always comes in, but that's why we generally have a ballpark. The average project manager can typically handle between 6 and 8 projects, depending on complexity. A very green.
I don't need that much detail. I appreciate it though.
Yeah.
I'm glad to
That's
know that
the
you've thought
analysis
through
that I've done.
it. The reason I ask is because I want to know if we look at these projects and we say, you know what, I don't want that one, but I do want this one. I need to understand have some confidence that you would still believe that you could get them all done. If we prioritize some in and some out of your list, I want to make sure that we don't overburden the staff beyond what you've already aggressively defined. So thank you for that.
Matt, the only question I have regarding your numbers is that how old those numbers are, and two, how likely we're going to have to revise them. I just got briefed on the fact that we are looking at just like material cost. You know, have gone the interest or the cost have gone up. 3 times the amount it has in the last 7 years in the last quarter, in the first quarter of this year. So, you know, one of the conversations we had years ago when we were talking about these roads and trying to explain to citizens, yeah, we had this out for this bond number, but then, well, okay, this is what came back with material costs. This is what happened with interest and everything else with that. How likely are these numbers going to be good numbers for what we're going to have to do?
So that's a broad spectrum.
Yeah.
Because it all depends on the stage of the project, right? If it's in construction, the number's
Okay.
locked. If we're if we're in bidding or very close to bidding, we're not going to see a huge swing.
Okay.
If we are 30% design, those new numbers, they're going to impact us, but we're going to be getting additional opinions of probable cost throughout the process. And so we will be able to update those numbers on the fly. But that's also part of the reason, part of my logic and why I said, let's get through design and then stop. And then we can reevaluate and say, okay, yes, we told you it was going to cost you $20 million to build this project, but really it's going to cost you $30 million. So how do we want to proceed?
Do we know which percentage of projects are at the starting blocks right now with these?
I couldn't give you a number.
It's
but
okay.
I can come back and get
That's
that.
all.
I imagine it's in the backup material. We can see which projects are in flight already.
Oh, I love that in flight.
Yeah, so it should be in the draft CIP, and you'll be able to see which ones, and also we prioritize them in that first table in your CIP draft.
On page 18.
Yes, so there should be a summary table for each transportation, drainage, water, all those. We tried to prioritize them by status. If you're looking at the transportation ones in particular, we put all the 2020 bond projects first, and then we put the ones that are in construction, then the ones that are in bidding, then the ones that are in design, then the ones that were in studies, and then the ones that have not started.
That's awesome. Great work, bud.
All right.
What's going on with the internet?
So the next few slides, actually I think the majority of the rest of this presentation is very high level, just kind of touching through what we talked on last time. So it's got the project up there, the different phases that they're in, and you'll see here if it's not started, it says it's not started, but it's got what we think the 2027 budget is, again, that double dollar sign, single dollar sign, and then when we think completion is on here. And so just working through this, you got the downtown East City Hall Rec Center. You can see it's fully funded. We anticipate completion January 27. I think that's final completion And then the next one you see that it says half general fund, the half GF is half general fund. That's because half of the public works complex is coming out of your general fund and half of it from utility fund. But it's fully funded and we're anticipating completion in March 27. The library roof replacement, not started, it's fully funded, and we anticipate getting that all done next year, assuming that we get it approved in the CIP. Your ADA transition plan, so we've got a placeholder budget of $300,000 in there. It's fully funded. One caveat on this one is, as I've been digging more and more into this, and I apologize that I didn't have all this ready for you on draft one, but as I've been digging more and more into this, it looks like a lot of the big ticket items you guys have already finished in prior years. And so what we are talking about internally is looking at doing an update to the ADA master plan. And so this 300,000 was just a placeholder in case something comes out of that that says, hey, we need to go do X that we didn't cover from the original master plan. Evidence processing, so that's right over here on the complex. Need to get that fixed up. We've got some building leaks and some other issues that we need to address. The justice court renovation, that's actually where we're sitting right now. And so, you know, this one is a high level estimate. So when you talk about numbers changing and all that kind of stuff, we haven't done design on this yet. This number that we've got, it's a high level estimate from the consultant who's doing our facilities master plan. So they're not even under contract for designing this for us. They just said, hey, based on this square footage, which is about 2,700 square feet, this whole area that we're in, renovating it, we don't know all the details. I've been talking to Chief about what he needs in here and what that's going to look like. But this is a high level estimate. It is fully funded, and that number could change. I would anticipate that as we get further into it, assuming it's approved and we get a detailed design, that we may actually see that number come down. We were fairly conservative in our estimating with that consultant to try to make sure that we were covered. We didn't want to.
What's the funding source on the Justice Center renovation?
I believe that is general fund reserves. Let me double check.
We've made a lot of repairs to the years to this building, so.
I just got confirmation. It is general fund reserves.
So we're talking about renovation of essentially this room that we're dealing with
Yes,
here,
from the
back to the end.
back there, all of that storage closet, all of this
All
entire
the way
area
back,
gets renovated.
including the offices in the back?
Everything on this side of the hallway.
Okay, all right. Now, I know that this has not been altered hardly at all since the building was built more than 2 decades ago. But this room doesn't get a whole lot of use.
It gets, no, this is the room that gets the most use. So you don't remember her giving the whole, she gave a presentation that's like 3 years ago. Like this is the room, this is one of the reasons why we're building our,
It's one
our
of our
training
largest
room. Yeah,
Conference rooms.
that's why we started building out
Have you
for
seen City
other
Hall?
places as well. Yeah, this is the busiest room by far.
So I'm trying to see, is this a need or a want? Do we
So
need
what
to
are
do
the
this right now?
What do the renovations support? What does this turn into? Is this officer, detective offices? Is this
This
a
would
holding
be-
cell? What is this?
No, this would become, this area in here, generally speaking, would become a full training area
Yeah.
for mostly for the PD to use.
Mm-hmm.
That area back there would be, and I don't have it right in front of me. So it would have a kitchen area, basically to facilitate the training, so that kind of thing. So when people are in here training, they would have a place to go
Yeah.
heat up their food, grab a drink, those kind of things. And I believe that there's some storage changes as well, so that when they need to change out tables or that kind of thing, depending on what they're training for in here, then they've got room to store different types of furniture.
So when you say training room, what exactly does training mean? I mean, like what kind of uses?
Well, and that's why I'm saying this is a high level concept. We
Okay,
don't have
'cause-
to-
You want to talk? You want to talk? to Serena about
Sure.
this?
Oh, okay.
So we have 101 sworn officers. We hold quite a bit of training already in here. We do it through shifts oftentimes, but there's a lot of all hands on deck meetings. This is the hosting space for many of the other city, but really for PD, they don't have this is their training room for a pretty large agency, to not have a training room. So this is it.
But I mean, what training is happening? It's like
Well,
Police
victim
depart-
services?
no, I mean like
Victim services,
meetings or,
police.
like what,
Yeah.
I mean,
I
don't
maybe
know.
I could have Chief list the required
wondering.
I mean, I-
training of being a police
I-
officer.
yeah, I was gonna say,
it's a
I-
lot of training.
I was gonna say, I've walked in here where, I mean, and it's to the brim.
So Chief, late last week, I joined you for the award ceremony that was being conducted along with training at the Public Works facility, right? What was that class? What classes were being taught that day?
So, Mayor, the classes that were taught out at the Public Works facility were pursuit driving response leading into response to resistance or aggression. The facilities would cover everything from effective force control techniques to combatives to de-escalation training. We would actually be putting mats down on the ground, and officers would be rolling with control techniques, side mounts, how to escape if someone mounts them. And then also putting classrooms back in section where we have desk and actual instruction time where we'd be working on policy development, and walking officers through decision-making on when it's okay to chase a vehicle and a suspect or not, or the application of force and the application of constitutional law in the field of experience.
All right, Chief, thank you so much for that clarification.
Yes, sir.
So why do we need to do this in 2027 instead of 2028 or 2029?
So,
What's the
David, I'm gonna-
urgency about this?
David, I'm gonna hold you there for a minute because this is gonna be a conversation about prioritization, but let's get through the presentation first, then we can prioritize these among the groups. Can you keep going, Mr. Director?
So, moving on, we got the Public Works Building 1 renovations, which that's the one, when you go to the Public Works Complex, that's the center building. That's the one that will be occupied by park staff once Public Works moves out of there. Then you have, and again, reminder, these are colored in blue, so these are projects that we are recommending for the 2026 bond council to potentially recommend to city council. So you have a new Paws Animal Shelter and the downtown parking garage.
I'm sorry. What was the first one?
The Public Works Building,
Okay.
that's to renovate the Public Works space that is currently occupied by streets, drainage, water, and wastewater crews, so that parks can move in there when we move in, when the Public Works team moves in.
And where's that location, bud?
And
That is
that's
in the center of the current Public Works complex at the current wastewater treatment plant.
and that's the design cost for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I'm showing 25,000 in 27, and then an additional 600,000 in 2028.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a plan. You've got that with $2 signs, so that 600,000 is already allocated.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So, because that building already has offices, I guess I'm trying to picture what needs to be revised in a building with offices for parks to come in there. And then also, do we have space in the new Public Works building that they could also be there without any more renovation costs?
Yeah,
So-
I'd have
Go
to
ahead.
get you the information that's, we've been working on that for the last probably year with Park Hill to try to line out what our staff needs. There's a few more workspaces, that would have to be added to that for our staff, because that wasn't all encompassing for Public Works even. And then there's just some renovations to the building that need to occur. It's got some maintenance and issues and things like that, the restrooms, locker rooms, some dividers for those workspaces,
Yeah.
additional training space.
And
I want to watch our,
Assistant
you said offices. I want to make sure, maybe we should describe just very basic items that we take for granted, because we've been talking about this for a year. They have not. So these aren't offices. These are maybe half cubes. This is just
Shared space.
this is shared space for field work.
Yes, ma'am.
And where is everyone currently?
So our staff only uses 1 or 2 shared computers in one of the training rooms in that building
I was
currently.
going to say, you're
None of our staff have.
kind of split between
I was-
multiple
I was gonna say,
offices now, right? Like
yeah, why don't you just be
5 or
honest and
6
say
buildings,
that
something
it's a
like that?
hodgepodge.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
This
you're
is-
all over.
Barn,
Right.
they're-
Yeah.
I mean, they've got stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Parks,
Yeah.
and this is particular to the park operations team. The only person with an office is our park superintendent.
Jeff, the first time I went to your offices, I mean, and I don't even know if you could call it an office because you're going in there and you have stacks of boxes for other materials that you're trying to navigate while trying to get in from there. And I mean, and I think part of the situation, reason why we said share what's happening is that even when we talked about it years ago about what was happening with the old city hall, like, hey, listen, we were putting like desk in the middle of closets. Like, people need to hear that because oftentimes, just like you heard what she said, it was a good question. It's like, wait a minute, what more office space do you need? But Serena was clear about, like, no, we need some shared space where we can actually put some butts and seats, for a better lack of term, for people to utilize and redress and work as a team.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry, did you say where everyone is currently located? Did I miss that?
Our park ops team don't have spaces at all currently.
Let's be
Okay.
very
Okay.
clear.
Okay.
When they show up to work, it might be you meet in your truck.
Yep.
I mean, there's also what we call a barn, which is located by Gilliland Pool. If you go back there, the building's kind of cockeyed a little bit. So they meet in space that they can. We would love to give you a tour of it. It's not a place that we would.
I think, don't we have, we've been talking about having another, I want to say, swap day.
Yeah, we
where
did say that.
we go do some work.
I've got so much planned.
The council, so that may be a good opportunity for us to roll out, do a ride along with Park Ops.
Yeah. Well,
maybe
been
that's
in
a good way.
The building that we're talking about, and I just, my recollection was there was a lot of office space available. So, and are these positions that spend the majority of the time in the office, or are they in the field?
No, and that's why they're shared spaces. I mean, they're all, we've got supervisors who are doing a lot of office work, and they're using a training room computer right now that when there's a training happening, they cannot use it. So they're having to put things off to go into that space once that ends.
so would you say that the space is maybe not configured for what your team
No, it's
needs, as opposed to, like, yes, there are offices and conference rooms and things like that, but not necessarily for the size and scope that you all need? Is that a fair?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
that's spot on.
All right.
And I think if I recall seeing some of the materials, I think somewhere it mentioned as well that I think this actually makes you all whole for quite a while, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and that's partly why we're moving there. That gives us space to grow, just like Public Works facility is going to give them space to grow into
This
the
is
future.
this is your new home.
Yeah, we've been looking a long time to find a place for y'all to be together, as opposed to the diaspora that you encompass right
The
now.
variety of locations you are. Thank you for that, Mr. Shea. Mr. Rector, where were we?
So one point of clarification to your point, Mayor, that you had made. So when you see the numbers on here for the 2027 budget, that is just 2027. That is not the total project. So when you see, like on the Public Works building, when you see 25,000 in 2027, that's all we're asking for in 2027.
No, I understand that. I also see the approximately 600,000 that is slated for 2028. You've got $2 signs on this,
Yeah.
which I was led to believe means that
It's fully
the
funded.
entire project is funded even in the future. So
Yes.
we're good on that. Gotcha.
One last question on this. Is this something that you all think that you could actually accelerate and get done so that you can actually get folks moved in more quickly? Or do you
Well, they have
think
to
that this
move
is
out
a
to
couple
the
of years?
new Public Works building.
Yeah, there's a predecessor task
Yeah.
on that.
Okay.
Domino.
I know some college kids. What's it called? College hunks. They got some moving trucks. We can be okay.
Not an affiliate link, is that?
So maybe at
Councilmember
some point in time after we're at the end of all of these, I'd like to understand how we have money in the general fund reserve for all of the projects that are allocated towards there, because when I looked at the number, it was fairly high, almost $8 million. So I wasn't aware that we had that much money in our reserve over our 25%. Or what reserve it is. I don't know what general fund reserve exactly means. So I'd like to know that, more about that at the end.
Great question. What the?
So then you have the Public Works complex for the utility fund,
I feel like I
the
have
SCADA
space.
network, and the other building at Public Works, which is Building 6, which is going to be renovated to be converted into our lab, which is currently in a trailer that we are renting.
So we'll save some money with that.
Yes.
Will we? Because I heard that it costs more to move a portable than it does to dismantle it.
Well, we're renting
You've been
it,
talking to the
so
school district too much.
That's exactly where I got it from.
if we're renting it, then they get to come get it, or
Yeah.
So
Okay, we are right.
there
Oh,
is
sorry.
a
We don't own
relocation
it.
cost with some of the trailers that we have out there.
Yeah.
But there's also a monthly rent that we're paying out there. So
Okay.
converting this building into the lab and moving all the equipment out of the trailer and into that building would save us a month-over-month cost, while there might be a cost to get the building off of our property. In the long
We-
term, it would still be
We'd be
more
better off.
beneficial for us to use buildings that we have that we are no longer using when
Is
staff
this the
moves out of.
full amount, or is this just, I mean, is there amounts in 2028 and beyond?
I believe that is just the first year. I believe there's more funds in 2028. I'd have to go back and double check, but,
If I recall, Director Rector as well, I
trying to find
believe
which page I
that,
need to look at.
So you need to look
I
at
believe
it.
that this is also an expansion of the lab, correct, in terms of
page
what we can do
46.
in-house?
yeah, there's more space.
So it's not
for the building.
necessarily
the
just
Public
what
Works
we're
isn't
doing
on
today in a
46.
new building, it's also
Oh,
expanding what
never
we're doing
mind. Let me
ourselves,
look
right?
further.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
There are
you just
additional
scroll
funds in
down.
2028, and it
Thank
is
you.
also covered by general fund reserves.
Okay, so, yeah, so this says $805,000.
I'm sorry, what does?
For 2708.
You're talking
Twen-
about the total cost?
Yeah.
27
90,000 for this year, but
Yes.
total
Yes.
805,000.
Yes, that's about right. I don't,
And again, you've got your $2 signs there in
It's fully
green,
funded.
so it's fully funded.
And that's key.
Mm-hmm.
That's a key. I don't know who came up with that idea. That's a really good indicator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No
do
new- no new
appreciate
debt,
that the
right?
general fund reserves and the funding source is documented on page 18.
Yeah.
That's very handy as well.
we're trying to give you guys all the questions that I've heard from other city councils in my experience, so that, like, we're trying to answer the questions before you can come.
Are you tired of us
Yeah.
complaining? Is that what you're saying, Matt?
No.
We've got them trained. Come
Yeah.
on. All right.
Welcome
That's the
your
way it should
feedback,
be.
because I'm always looking for ways to improve.
How dare you give us the answers before we ask for them?
What are we going to ask next?
Well, I kind of tell people all the time that the PE behind my name actually does not stand for psychic entity, although I try to do my best.
Just know that the more questions you answer ahead of time, the harder we have to work to come up with questions.
Careful.
Good point, good point. I will not work quite as hard. So just a reminder, these are in green, so these are the 2020 bond projects. You can see they're all fully funded. They are all fully funded with actual 2020 bond funds.
Awesome.
So just wanted to point that out. I'm going to start trying to skip through a bunch of these to get us further along faster.
I want to back up a second. The historic colored edition infrastructure improvements were all funded in the 2020 bond fund. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what
All
is
of
it?
all of this is,
Okay.
Which is great because we're pushing dirt out there like no tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a lot of,
Yeah.
it's a lot of dirt.
It is. Well worth it.
Substantial progress.
and you've got here, both of your East Pflugerville Parkway are fully funded. They're both in construction. Again, we're back to green text. So you have these three projects, which are 685, Kelly Lane, and East Pecan. So a couple things to note. Kelly Lane is fully funded, but it was not just 2020 funds. It was also some contributions from others, as well as roadway impact fees. The 2106 East Pecan was funded through 2020 GEO funds.
Can
but-
you remind the public what roadway impact fees are?
Yes, so roadway impact fees are an amount that city council has approved to try to have developers contribute towards the capital improvements that the city needs to facilitate that growth.
So you're saying
Developers paying for the impact they have to the roadway.
Yes, sir.
so you're saying that we are holding people accountable to pay for the growth that's happening in the city.
To the extent allowed by law, yes.
Thank you.
Not entirely so, but sure.
And to be clear, of course, companies don't pay taxes. Only end consumers pay taxes. So what is the approximate charge for an average lot when you are in terms of the roadway impact fee? You do a subdivision. You do 200 lots. You have roadway impact fees for that. About how much does that increase the cost of the lot?
I don't know that answer off the top of my head. I have to go back and research it and see what our impact fees currently are for residential projects.
Cool.
Okay. So it's not, we're not charging developers, we're charging new residents.
Well,
We're
The
charging the
developer's
people.
writing a
Wait,
check.
wait, no, no, no,
but
no.
they're
It's
not
no,
the
it's
ones
it's an
paying the
no, no,
money.
no, no. You objection. You can you if they make the decision that they want to pass along those costs, that's on them. That's not on us. with
They
that.
always do that.
And to be clear,
And businesses never pay taxes. It's always end consumers that pay taxes.
thank you, Mr. Rector. What's
That's,
next?
Okay, let's
that's
get going.
just always the way it works. So when we say we're charging a company a tax, what we're really saying is we're charging an end user a tax. And we need to make sure that we don't,
We are charging the
we're not putting
David? David?
wool over anybody's eyes.
we're charging the people who are coming to town to
An extra
offset
charge for coming to
the
town.
impact that they have on the facilities that need to be built to support them.
Right.
All
But
right.
we're not charging the people who are building 10 feet outside of town, who are also having an impact on our roadways.
That's a different fee.
That's a different fee.
Mr. Rector.
East Pecan Street.
yes, so you'll see that East Pecan is green. It is a 2020 bond project.
But it was 2020. It was just design, wasn't
Design.
Correct.
it? That's why it's only $1 sign.
So to get through construction, we will need to borrow additional
Where?
funds in future years.
What are we doing?
But the $1 sign means we are funded through 2027.
Yes.
We've already been doing work on this. This
Yes.
is, does this complete design?
East.
This will complete design. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Twice.
Okay, turquoise.
And then you have your last two bond projects, and you can see they're both fully funded, and that is 2020 bond funds. And I actually talked to our finance director before with this meeting today and confirmed that these 2020 bond projects, other than the two that I've mentioned that are being funded with other sources, will use up the last of the 2020 bond funds, and that's why we've had to supplement those other projects with some additional funding. So moving on, you've got the Derby Day project that's fully funded, Parkway Drive, Dynamic Speeds, Pflugerville Parkway, all those are fully funded. They are all in design.
Can we go back a second? I want to talk about Parkway Drive. Does that finish the Parkway Drive project completely, or are there still additional roadway lighting and drainage improvements that need to be made in that area?
He pays the steady attention to that.
That Parkway Drive is my
Yeah,
pet
I
project, and it has been for 6
Yeah,
years.
yeah.
It was Victor's pet project when he was first on council.
Let me go back and confirm before I answer that question.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to give Jeff some time. So, I mean, basically, you're seeing what I've been saying. Most of our projects, we've fully funded them. We've got the status up there as either not started, when we think they can be completed. This is generally in line. It was a high-level version of what I gave you last time.
Yeah.
And I really, like I said, I want to try to rush through a lot of this, and just stop me if you have
But
questions.
just to confirm, the 2027 on these ones that have just the $1 sign, they're not fully funded, but the 2027 amount is fully funded
Correct.
with existing debt.
Yes, and I have confirmed that with the finance director as well. So one of the things that P&Z said they wanted was us to do the CIP as presented with no additional debt except for whatever comes out in the 2026 bond election. That is what you have in front of you in draft 5 for the CIP. You would not need to take on any additional debt for water, wastewater, streets, drainage, parks, other than the 2026 bond election.
And of course, the assumption being if 26 bond election, depending on the outcome, that would drive the outcome or the progress of any of those projects.
Correct.
Water.
So, I'm just gonna keep scrolling.
I did have another question.
Okay.
On the ones that don't have full funding, the activities that we're going to be doing this year, does that obligate us to borrow the new debt next year, or is it finishing one phase and then that decision can be made for next year's budget?
For the most part, I think we have them all set up. I need to go through and do a scan just to verify, to where 2027 funds would get us to a stopping point before we would have to do any more money to continue on. And I've had that conversation with the finance director as well about not trying to start something that's, with only half the money in the bank when we're not gonna be able to finish it next year. And so that's what we've tried to accomplish here. And I think, I'm 95% certain that that's what we've given you.
Thank you.
So unless you guys have specific questions, I'm just gonna scroll through until I get to parks. There you go.
Okay.
I don't know, you
Evening,
kind
council.
of
I
cheaped
am-
out on that part.
I'm Robin to Matt's Batman. So you'll see we have 14 projects. That 14 projects is actually what we have on the CIP total. We have 11 projects starting in 2027. So we'll go through those. Again, as a reminder, the blue are requested on the 2026 bond. So annual trail improvements, 2027, we have that 2.1. That's in line with the mobility master plan and what we have prioritized after what we finish in FY26.
Do we have the trails identified that
We
will
do
add
have
up
the
to that
trails.
2.1?
Yes, we do have the trails identified. It's 5 trails. If I'm being honest, I would just tell you names. I would have to get
No.
you a map so you can see the
Because it's not
locations.
in the document currently, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that's probably correct, because we've got the trails identified all the way through FY33. Obviously, things can change, new gaps can open, and, maybe we get development we weren't prepared for, and that becomes a priority. But we can create a map and.
So
Well, I was just
For
interested
FY27.
in knowing which ones we were planning to work on next and having some visibility on that.
Does that help you make a decision on that item?
It helps me understand what we're planning to do.
I mean,
Yeah, and so
we're planning
just
to
to
extend the
highlight-
trail system.
And just to highlight, these are, again, we're trying to get more specific. We used to have I think 1.2 million, something like that every year. We would try to fit in whatever trail projects we could. We plan that out to 2033 because sometimes it's gonna be a little higher and sometimes it's gonna be lower. We're just trying to figure out what the priority level is on some of those projects, based on the mobility plan, based on the circumstances we're in at that given time. All of the projects that we have all the way through 2033 currently are in the MMP. So there's nothing new at this point.
Nothing new
Thank
at this
you.
point. Okay.
That can always change. The Wells Point Park improvements, this is the second half of that. We're in design currently. This is lighting and renovating the bathroom and concession stand. The Gillen Creek Trail study, we kicked that off.
Jeff, when do we think we'll be done with me? Because we're demoing the current.
Yeah,
bathroom
so
refresher.
we're gonna get lights done as soon as we possibly can because
Okay.
that's not that difficult. We've got to do some electrical upgrades. It's an old facility. But that's what design is focusing on right now. They're going to do a schematic design on the new bathroom and concession stand. We priced out some of those prefabricated facilities that you've seen in some of the other parks. The cost for a larger facility is going to be similar to what it would be if we designed it ourselves and built it from scratch.
Really?
Yep.
Jeez.
And a lot of those don't include concession windows. And so we're gonna have to design that. So it's essentially gonna be 2 phases at this point. It's gonna be getting the lights out there
Okay.
and then finishing out design on the restroom concession area and reconfiguring that, and honestly figuring out what the funding need is there.
So citizens should expect for us to have no more of those diesel generators out there.
Oh, yes.
But
We're doing our best to get those out of there.
but we will still have the 1980 bathrooms and concession stand out
For
there
a short
until we
time.
get the first
Yeah,
one.
our design team's
Okay.
working as quick as they can on that.
No, it's
All right,
okay.
no,
No, it's okay. It's that's
We've got a plan.
No. I want to make sure it's clear. That's perfectly okay. I mean, because you just explained exactly what it is. We just wanted to make sure the expectations of folks come out there.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
And about the Wells Point Park, I know that the fields out there have taken a beating, and it's unusually heavy beating because we haven't been able to water. Thankfully, the Lord has provided.
Actually,
a good
you know
deal
what?
of Water.
That's actually not been the case.
So we've.
They've been great.
The fields with the natural watering
We've gotten
are.
rain at the exact
So I don't
right
think-
time every time.
I don't think
So
this
they're in
is
good
necessarily relevant to the CIP.
Wells Point's looking good.
Well, if we're having to redo the fields, it's relevant to the CIP.
Yeah, that's
so
not part
where
of
I
it.
was
That's
going.
not part of the. That's not part of the CIP.
It's not part of the CIP.
Redoing the fields is not part of it. So
Gillen
thank you
Creek
for that, Jeff.
Yeah,
Trail
maybe we need to
study,
expand the
that's
design.
year 2 of that. We just kicked that off last week. So you'll probably see some future CIP items come from that master plan. Our 2020 Go Bond project management, we've got 2. We've completed 8 of the 10 bond projects from 2020. So the 2 left are Destination Play Space and Lake Pflugerville Phase 2. So the 2020 Go Bond project program management is for those 2 projects. Wells Point, looks like that's double. Lake Pflugerville Park Phase 2. Again, we just kicked off design. We just did a walkthrough with the design team last Friday. And so we'll be really getting really heavy into that. A lot of the preliminary engineering out there, environmental engineering, and hopefully starting construction as soon as we can in FY27.
Can you remind the citizens what that will be encompassed by?
So that is the northeast portion of the lake, the beach area, expanding hardscapes there, adding some play value to that area, a boardwalk and trailhead and parking on the northwest side of the lake.
That's awesome.
All right, and that is the beach extension, which helps explain why we did demo up here
Correct.
recently.
Yes, and so they're looking at beach expansion.
Oh, yeah.
Believe it or not, that beach was built by staff about 15 years ago, so they're having to do some after-the-fact engineering.
It's held up great.
I mean, it looks like something from Dawson's Creek.
So
We're cool.
They're getting in and doing some of the due diligence.
Yeah, what does that
Pictures
mean?
on social media last week.
Now, these aren't colored in blue, but some of this is 2020 bond funds,
So
right? Oh, no, blue is 2026.
Blue
Then what
is proposed.
What's 2020? Oh, there's nothing
I mean,
colored
Matt
for
had it as
2020?
green, but
yeah, okay,
you know.
green. I was like, okay, so you
No,
didn't
and the
go with that
only two
color
are-
coding?
The only 2 we have left are those 2 projects with Kelly Lane finishing up right now. So Destination Play, we're still in design solicitation, 2027 budget. That is a 2026 bond project as well, the rest of Destination Play.
Now, for the part that was under 2020 bond funds, is that phase 1?
Yeah, so we're working with the design team right now to figure that out. So 5 million, one, it isn't going as far as it would have in 2019, 2020. We know at this point, we've gotten some preliminary OPCs that's not, that's what is dictating the 2026 ask. And so they're gonna do some conceptuals, they're doing some engineering, preliminary engineering on that site since some of it is in floodplain, to try to figure out what that is going to look like if the 2026 bond were to not pass. And so that's essentially what we're looking at it as right now. If you look in the CIP, you'll just see it as one project. But it's essentially phase 1 and phase 2. Now, if that were to pass, I think with the timing, we could probably lump that in and start design and get the full breadth of the project going, not really phase it out. But it's just going to depend.
But this is also subject to Emmanuel Road being finished first, right? If I recall
We have
correctly.
time. Yes, we have time. There's also I believe, a wastewater line that's going through Bowles Park as well. That would hinder construction at the very least.
But
So-
no construction on that is currently funded.
Nope.
But, well, phase 1, it could be funded for
Potentially.
construction.
Potentially, and if we may have to come back to the drawing board depending on what were to happen in November. Because again, 5 million with the amount of infrastructure, restrooms, additional parking, everything that you'd need, that's not gonna get what a destination play space is, so.
Now, on the Lake Pflugerville Park Phase 2, there's been some discussion about adding grills down there. I assume that is not included in this cost, is that correct?
That's not in this cost.
Okay.
All right, Jeff, what else you got?
Our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan update will kick off in 2027. That'll probably be a 12 to 18 month process, so it'll go into FY28. Reunion Park, as part of the bond, we anticipate, depending on what happens again in the fall, getting into design on that in November, or in FY27. And then you've got the 2026 Go Bond Program and Construction Management Services.
Now, I had a question on Reunion Park. Do we have land identified it in that area that we're planning to serve?
And what area would that be?
The historic colored.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have land identified as part of the future land use map and Aspire comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
that's gonna be part of this early stage of the process, is identifying property.
Yeah, I don't believe that land is viable anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're
We don't-
Yeah.
in the process of talking to the citizens that live over there about
Right.
what makes
So
sense.
we'll reevaluate that once we get into
Good
design.
great question.
Well, because my
process.
other question on that was, are we working with stakeholders?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and we've talked with some of the folks in that area already, but once we get into that early phase of the project, most certainly.
This design funding is contingent upon the 2026 bond.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So
And
that's not design that we do ahead of the
Everything we
bond.
blue is
That's,
completely contingent.
we need
Yes,
to
sir.
make sure we've got it, then we start going through managing the stakeholders and finding the appropriate location.
Correct. And we've let a lot of folks over there know that this is.
It's something
potentially in the
that, something that
future.
makes a lot of
We're
sense.
thinking about it. Yep.
and what a contingent on. Now, I appreciate you. Y'all have done a really good job going in and out of the ways to make sure that you speak to the people who are stakeholders in the historic colored edition and get their feedback and ideas, and not just putting your own out there. That's great, bud.
Yes, sir. And two more 2026 bond projects. One is parkland acquisition, which we did in the 2020 bond. We anticipate needing to do that again in 2020, starting in 2027.
And that's to keep our powder dry in case something pops up.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, at Reunion Park, a lot of these trail segments now, I mentioned a few meetings ago that these are getting into more complex projects. A lot of them will need easements, potentially land purchases. And then other things like, when we purchased 1849 Park, we weren't really prepared for that. Funds for that came from another project. We want to be ready for that sort of opportunity in the future.
All right.
Right.
Speaking of 1849 Park Phase 3, another 2026 bond project, that's finishing out the northern portion and the 3 additional baseball fields.
Yeah. Which is great. And they're going to still be in the same area where we're designing the baseball fields right now, correct?
Yeah, we've got a concept that the design team on Phase 2 built out for us, which is a large 300-foot fence baseball field, a 200-foot fence baseball field, and a Miracle League field in the area just south of the baseball fields we just finished.
Cool.
All right, what else you got, Jeff?
I believe that's it for me. Going back
Back to
Matt.
drainage.
Dr. Rector.
No, not a doctor. So I'll just point out here, the one that's fully funded is the Drainage Master Plan updates. Talking with staff, we thought it was a good time to go ahead and update that one. And then on reclaimed water, again, the reclaimed water line 1849, that is fully funded. It shows us on hold right now. That is one of the projects that we are coordinating with the Weiss Lane widening project. And then the reclaimed water master plan update is another fully funded project for us to start.
So it makes sense to kill two birds with one stone.
We don't want to kill birds.
Yeah.
Yeah, no birds.
It makes
Wow.
sense.
Protected species. Come
Yeah,
on.
there you go.
Two rainbows, one rain shower.
Two rainbow, one rain
I know, I
shower.
was like, you have to give me something to say. I just said that yesterday to my daughter.
Something just occurred to me when I saw the drainage project over by Caldwell Elementary, then where my kids went to school. We know now that the school district is going to be closing 4 elementary schools here next year. Have we looked at how that is going to affect both our opportunities and our needs for water drainage and for acquisition of properties? Is it possible that some of those school properties that are being closed by the school district might be something that could be converted at least partially into municipal parks?
So if I recall correctly from what we've been informed as parents of the school board, they're looking at repurposing. So just because the school may be closed doesn't necessarily mean that the building itself may be closed.
We're not necessarily looking at redevelopment, but I'm assuming the answer to that question is no, we haven't considered the potential school closures in our CIP at this point. I imagine as that is an evolving situation and we see when that gets finalized, we will certainly need to revisit any improvement projects adjacent to those. All right. Mr. Rector, what else you got?
That is it. We are ready for any questions.
All right, well,
Director, could I ask one question on the reclaimed water side? I think that the water line to 1849 Park is an amazing and worthwhile project. I think it's going to be important as you continue to move forward on that to call out the opportunity with other commercial businesses, because this is obviously a lot more expensive than us just continuing to buy potable water from Manville, I think is where it comes from now. So worthwhile project, but I think it's important to say that this is not just for 1849 Park, that we will in fact be able to offer that same water to other companies, which will make it a better return on our investment for building that water line in the future.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Questions on these projects?
My first question is, can we get this presentation sent electronically after this? And then I did have that follow-up question about what general fund reserve means, and where that $8 million is coming from.
So Melody, I would refer you to page 18 in the.
But it just says GF reserve, so.
So the total general fund reserve value for 2027 is slated at $7,751,473.
Yeah.
So
the 8 million.
that's the amount expected to come from general fund reserves. Your question is whether or not we
Is
have
that-
that much money in
Yeah.
excess in reserves?
Yeah, I wasn't.
Do we
I
have
just
that
want-
much money in excess in reserves to support those projects?
I would have to defer that question to our finance director.
Yes, we wouldn't have used reserves as a funding source if we didn't have the funds. So yes.
So is that existing now, or is it planned to be
I'm
existing?
not projecting like to gain in reserve. It's what we have on hand now.
It's existing on
That's
hand.
above and beyond the 25% minimum requirement.
Okay.
Those are two different things.
Okay.
The 25% reserves is sitting in general fund. This is the general fund CIP fund.
Gotcha.
So,
All right.
All
okay,
right.
so that was my question. So this is general fund reserve
It's
in the CIP.
reserves.
Not the
Okay.
regular general
It has
fund.
nothing to do with general.
Okay. That's,
Okay, well-
That was a little confusing. Thank you.
But
So how, is that interest income then from,
some of it, yes.
okay, and what would the other part be?
Past transfers from general fund reserves into CIP to be used for CIP. Those are, I believe, the two sources.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Council, I did assign you homework last meeting. I asked you to come prepared with any reprioritizations that you may have. I'm going to ask on the drainage projects to start with. We've got 3 drainage projects slated for 2027, all 3 of them starting in 2027 and continuing forward. Any reprioritization on drainage projects?
Do you want to put them up, bud?
It is on page 33
Yeah, I know.
in
Yeah,
the,
but-
That I figured.
yeah, let's, if we need to. If we
Yeah,
need to.
I think, Mayor, with your comment earlier about Caldwell being potentially adjusted later, I don't have anything else.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Caldwell being adjusted later, given what's going on with the school district.
Generally
Something with-
speaking,
yeah.
reevaluating projects based on any changes based on the school district's repurposing of facilities.
Because we have it funded for 2027, and then if anything, we'll be cognizant of any changes.
We're not bidding that
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and just to clarify what you said earlier, this amount is just for a specific phase that does not obligate us to do I mean, because this whole project, like for that one, for Caldwell, is 3.2 million, but this is just the initial phase for
Correct.
design or,
This gets the design.
All right. Any drainage reprioritization, anything to pull out or anything to accelerate?
are we only talking about the funds for 2027 or the overall?
The overall CIP. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items on the drainage. CIP?
So I had additional questions or concerns about some of these storm drain districts that are meant to alleviate the need for future businesses or property owners from creating their own, their required detention on their own land,
Yeah.
which would be at their cost, versus making a regional, which is listed here at the taxpayer cost. So my question is, how are we going to be having any impact fees or anything to pay for that? Because we are basically transferring the responsibility of the cost
From
to
the private to the public.
We're not
Yes.
necessarily transferring it, so
Well-
I assume, we don't have the funding source listed for that, do we? Or is that funding source back on page 18?
So for the drainage projects, I believe everything.
Specifically,
Says
the
future debt.
Drainage District project.
Yeah, future debt was the funding
Is
source.
future debt. And so part of the conversation when we started working on the CIP was a lot of these projects are about growth and development. And so there were two things that we considered. One is, I believe in the current drainage master plan, there was a recommendation to implement some sort of drainage fee. And council had decided not to move forward with that at that point. And so one of the things that we had thought about was maybe that's something that council wants to consider before we get to those growth and development projects on how developers contribute a drainage fee of some sort. The other thing was, since it is growth and development, in my experience, typically if there's any concern from the council that we don't want to use taxpayer dollars to fund all of this, then waiting a little bit until you kind of see how some of that growth and development is playing out and you have a developer coming in, then you start having those conversations about them providing a contribution of their fair share.
Yes. So thank you. It's just when you put something on the CIP, then you create an expectation that it's going to be done. Even though obviously you can make those changes, but it does create that expectation. So does that apply to I think there was at least 2, if not 3, drainage projects that were regional?
Yes,
I thought there were
I believe there
5.
are 3 of them.
Oh, so, yeah, there's at least 3 of them. And then I don't recall specifically about the Heather Wild at Upper Gilliland and Hidden Lake Drive at Wilbarger Creek. Because those ones are the high price tag.
Which
So
ones were those, Melody?
DR 2602 and 2702.
Okay, so that's slated for 2031
Yeah.
and beyond.
Yes.
So we've got a while to make that
Yeah,
decision.
but that's why I asked the question this year or on the CIP at all.
So your question is, yeah, because you said your concern is that if we do put some money into it, is this going to force us to have to go down that path as opposed to looking at any possible exit
Yeah.
ramps?
Well,
That's fair.
yeah, if we put it on the plan, then it gives the impression that
Yeah.
we're going to, that's
No,
our
that's-
plan to do this.
That's fair.
So I just want to, and thank you for, I didn't remember I wasn't aware of what discussions have or have not occurred about that drainage fee, but it definitely if we're doing something regional.
I was just asking Doug about Matt. Do you remember when we had that discussion?
Definitely.
Well,
Yeah,
no. Well,
But he does not remember.
yeah. Does anyone?
Did you study that?
Yeah.
No, so that was 2 or 3 years ago.
Easily.
Okay, so
When did we bring up the regional?
I'm not expected to remember that either.
Okay.
Not expected to remember
Okay.
things that
Do you
happened before you
remember
got there. Matt knows though. Yeah.
All right, so does anyone else have anything on here you want to raise or lower the priority on drainage?
Well, while we're looking at the storm drain improvements, we got 2603, 2602, 2501, 2702, 2503, and 2801. Those all look like area drainage improvements, and those all look like those are going to come out of the general fund. Am I misreading this?
No, but I'm also looking at some of these things that are being funded. You're not even getting remotely near there until FY 2032. But I get what you're saying.
But I mean, it's
Yeah, no,
one problem.
yeah.
You're right. It's multiple
Yeah.
budget cycles, but it's one problem. So I want to know: are we going to commit to having these funded by new businesses, new development, or are we going to commit to funding those out of the general fund, which would be a combination, obviously, of new businesses, new development, and existing businesses and existing taxpayers?
Maybe
Well,
it's-
David, could you remind me your point earlier? Who pays taxes?
End users pay
Yeah,
taxes.
either
The question
existing
is,
people or
yeah.
new people who don't live
which
here
end
yet.
users are we going to ask to pay for it? Are we going to ask everybody to pay for it, or are we going to ask only certain people to pay for it?
I mean, I think this conversation goes in concert with a conversation about a fee.
Yeah.
But is it an important improvement that needs to be built?
I think that again, it's been a couple of years since we've had this discussion, but I thought the rationale behind this was that we saw some serious concerns with the lack of detention ponds and some issues in pulling for these things earlier. So we're like, let's look for an overall plan on that and work for that. And that's why I asked. I was like, does anyone remember when we had that idea? Because if we're looking at these fees, I mean, I think if we're looking at this, then let's look at the fees too as well in concert with it.
Yeah, I think we'll have to take that into consideration, as well as what the roadmap for PCDC looks like as well, right, in terms of economic development.
Yeah.
And if anything, on the railroad improvements, I wonder if we should even be waiting until 2030, because we have to close that road every once in a while already today, right?
We know,
There's a big storm.
and that's
so.
to your point. And I got sworn, Jonathan, like that was part of the conversation that
Oh,
we
okay.
saw, like flooding in some of these areas, and we're like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, we need to do something about this now. And our private developers who apparently pass on everything to the citizens were not doing so. Okay.
All right, was that so Jonathan, you're potentially
I
recommending
wasn't actually asking for any change,
raising the
but
priority?
just confirmation that we are comfortable holding off until 2030 plus to solve for our flooding on Railroad.
Well, that one I thought starts in 2028.
It completes in 2031.
Yeah, I was kind of playing around. I mean, I assume the $500,000 is probably design and some engineering maybe in that first year. So, but
And probably
yeah,
2 years of construction spread over 3.
probably.
So, Councilman Coppin, do I understand your question that you are asking if it might not be prudent for us to put the Gilliland Creek drainage improvements, and I believe there are 3 separate Gilliland Creek improvements at the top of our priority list, and bump the other drainage improvements down? Is that your question?
I'd say I don't have a really strong opinion on that, other than knowing that our residents are already impacted by railroad flooding when we have more and more of these strong storms, and shutting that down, specifically the bridge right there at Railroad and Gilliland Creek. So I do wonder about, do we continue for the next few years, 6 years or so, 5, 6 years? Do we continue to close that road with storms that happen every year or two, or do we not wait? I don't have a strong opinion, but I think it's worth asking, right? Is it something we continue to put up with versus do we bump it up in priority?
And these are the decisions, these are the hard decisions that citizens are going to have to make, and we're going to make more. It's like, hey, wait a minute, we want to help you because we see the flooding that's happening here. At the same time, financially speaking, to be fiscally responsible, we don't have the funds right now. What do you want to do?
Well, and Gilliland Creek is probably going to be under increased stress because of the downtown east development. I would expect that we would see increased runoff because we're putting impervious cover in a large piece of land adjacent to the creek that used to soak up some of the rain.
Yeah.
So it strikes me as at least a prudent question to ask whether we should prioritize that above the other drainage projects. Are there
Now, all of these are
I think
upstream.
the first 2, though, are related to homes in floodplain.
So the typically when you are dealing with floodplain issues, right, on a specific like Gilliland Creek drainage shed, typically what you want to do is you want to start downstream and work your way upstream, because if you have a flooding issue upstream and you go fix that, then all you've done is move that
Move it
flooding
down.
Right.
downstream. And so then you're chasing the flood
Yeah.
versus freeing up capacity at the downstream and working your way up so that when you're done, it's just a free flow. So what we did was we said, hey, if we're going to start on this creek, we should start at Emmanuel Road because that's the furthest downstream that's in the current drainage master plan. However, when we looked at the impacts of these projects, the very first one, Caldwell Elementary, indicated in the master plan that it would free up capacity and impact 200 residential lots and an elementary school. So at the time, we didn't know about the closing. We said that should be priority 1, even though it's at the far upstream end instead of being at the far downstream.
So,
So just to clarify, Caldwell Elementary is not currently slated to close, but they are still reevaluating things over the next few months. So just wanted to.
I wanted to thank you for your rationale there, and that's just an example of how we put people first. So thank you for that.
So going to your point, which one you sound like I don't know, you actually know what you're doing, as opposed to us up here just throwing shots on things.
I'm like, can you please not close the road that I use every day?
Exactly right. and then two, Mayor, I don't know if I'd say my personal opinion is that we evaluate this as we do with I think what Melody brought up, Councilmember Ryan, about a fee, but we keep things as they are, and then we have this discussion in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I definitely see that we need to have a bigger conversation out for the 2028 and beyond about where we want to go on all of these.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think another good example, right, is the regional detention pond for Old Town, downtown, right? Like, if we're wanting to attract new businesses and it's going to be an exuberant cost for them to be able to participate, and they should participate in the cost, that's something that we could potentially prioritize.
That's a good point, but
Not necessarily this year, but something we should be considering.
all right, and I'm putting a
I'm
future
wondering
meeting.
if that might
You
be
putting
something
that on your
that
calendar,
the downtown
Councilmember
tourism
Terry?
could cover, at least in part.
Potentially. I haven't actually heard any reprioritization, so I feel like we're good on drainage.
No, no.
All right.
Heard a lot of talk.
Facilities projects, if you're following along in your CIP, that's page 46. Any reprioritization there? Looks like we've got a few projects wrapping up. One kicking off contingent on a potential bond election in November. The library roof replacement, the evidence processing, this room. Any reprioritization?
I've walked in here numerous times through the years where this place is packed to literally. And I'm like, what's going on here? And you're like, no, we're just having a meeting. And Serena, if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong here, it's not just law enforcement uses this room for meetings. Yeah, it's a variety of people. So this is one of the main meeting spaces that we have here, and it's not too much of a meeting space. So if we're able to actually repurpose this, get things done and organize with it and have it utilized for that, I think that has to be one of our top priorities for that.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about downtown parking garage as a top priority, given that we are going to be having a parking garage in downtown East.
Yeah, you brought that up.
And I would like to have it actually open before we start spending money on another parking area. The other things was that, there was consultants that had talked about the market and so I'm not sure that it's there, that this is like the next, like one of the highest priorities. And then I have concerns about the expansions of a couple of the facilities with the Justice Center and the library, because thank you to staff for getting the maintenance and operations costs. My concern is that we have not yet felt the additional cost for maintenance and operations with opening Recreation Center, City Hall, Public Works, and the pressure that that's going to put on our taxes for this next year and all of the future years, that I'm very concerned that we would have the money to operate those additional buildings without affecting our ability to take care of our existing staff.
That's a good point. Serena, one of the things I know we've talked about, and I know we're getting to crunch time, right? That you said that you were going to put in front of us about what we were thinking regarding how we're going to manage the Monarch and the M&O that was going to go in that. And if we were going to look at doing that with current staff, we were looking at outsourcing that. But there was a plan and ideas in place for that. Am I correct or wrong?
How about I bring something back to you and do a full presentation?
That sounds
I
good.
think we've got a cost recovery model on that.
Councilmember Ryan, I do want to echo what you said about the Old Town, downtown. I'm going to keep adding that adjective to the parking garage there. I think that, with the $3.7 million in 2027, we could probably bulldoze the existing city hall and make a surface lot for less money than designing a parking structure. And so I agree with you. I don't know that we need to even start on design for a parking structure.
Remind me, Mr. Rector, the Old Town Downtown parking garage, that's a potential bond project?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't we?
So we'll be having conversations with the bond advisory committee on that one.
If I would recall correctly, what was presented to the bond
Yeah.
committee is surface parking and not a parking garage.
Didn't we get? I was about to say, didn't we get that from the on? We have an update, which I really appreciate, Serena. Look at you stroking your neck out, or rolling your eyes at us. One of the two.
Just, if you let me, that's for the land,
Yeah.
so we can make that
Okay.
decision later.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying we could rent a bulldozer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think that's
We'll let you drive it.
That's all I
So-
heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, my other concern, and I appreciate that, Director Rector, it's save that 5 times fast. But the court renovation, you said it was 2,600 to 2,700 square feet. When I do the math, that's a renovation cost of $811 a square foot, which seems really high. And so I'm just concerned about that cost. Not that I'm concerned about the priority, but it just seems a really high cost for, for that amount of space.
But the problem has always been, and we've said this for years, and we keep saying it in front of the public. Whenever a public entity is involved, they up the price. It just is. It's always the case, and it's frustrating. It's the reason why David's not alone. Sometimes we have people who help us acquire land that we try until the last minute to let them know who we are when we acquire land, because it's like, oh, well, it's the government. Well, I'm going to raise the money in the government. Well, if you're raising the money on the government, it's just like when your insurance rates, you're raising your money on yourselves. So
what I've heard so far, Councilmember Ryan, you mentioned concern with the cost on that, but not the concern with the priority. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, because it's whatever, number 7.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, and I would imagine that's one of those things where even if it goes forward on the CIP and we go get bids and they don't make sense, we don't do it.
But if we set a number at 2.2 million, that's an expectation. So,
I'm assuming we get that expectation from somewhere.
yeah, I just think
Yeah,
that
so
expectation is high.
Just a reminder, this was a very high-level cost estimate from our facilities master plan consultant. We have not done any detailed design. It was just a ballpark. This is what we think it would cost to renovate. We need to vet this out with PD to understand exactly everything that we're putting in here. We know a kitchen, we know a training room, we know a storage space. So we went high on purpose because there's so much unknown associated with the project.
that's fair.
Gotcha.
So to go on to another PD project for the evidence room, what square feet is that? Do we know?
Oh, the existing building over there?
The renovations related to that, I imagine that's secure facility.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm sure that's built into that too.
So I would recommend, I think, along with Councilwoman Ryan, that we move the downtown parking garage down on the list of items there, and we move the evidence processing renovation up. My understanding is there currently are problems with water leaking into the evidence processing area, and obviously processing evidence is a core police function. That strikes me as a need, not a want. So I would suggest we move that up in the priority list to make sure that our police officers have the equipment and that they need to do their job to keep us all safe.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers, if I may counter quickly, the downtown Old Town parking garage, the value reflected in 2027, as I understand it, is potential bond election for land acquisition. I would say let's leave that part in there. If you would prefer to move the construction, I assume that's slated for 2028 out further. I think that might make more sense, but I do believe that land acquisition is better to do sooner
It's not going to get cheaper.
before it gets more expensive.
I think we should
And that is
consider-
relevant to, that would be contingent upon a
Voters
bond.
whatever,
approving
yeah.
the
Does that
downtown
make sense?
parking garage.
But I don't see the downtown parking garage as more important than library roof, ADA, evidence processing pause and Justice Center court renovation.
Right. I know, for example, on the evidence processing, I believe they've been asking for that for a few years now. So I'm agreeing with you.
Right.
That is
I
a
appreciate that.
Reprioritizing it below
Councilman.
those, but leaving the land acquisition contingent upon a bond election in
Yeah.
2027.
well, that's up to the
What-
bond committee, I
I guess.
I
suppose.
mean, if
but-
we're building a downtown parking garage, why are we not building it where Telton's is now? I mean, we already own that land, and we're not doing
Maybe
anything
we
with
will.
it.
You could.
So then we don't have a land acquisition cost at all.
I don't think this is locking us in though, right?
Well, but it's putting it in 2027.
Okay.
And if there was a bond proposition to go to the voters, it would be in November. And then there's, I don't know. Even if that were to happen, I'm not sure I see that land closing in next fiscal year anyway.
And
Go ahead.
So
3.75 million for land in downtown Pflugerville, that's a lot of land. That is one gigantic parking garage. Where's the need for that?
yeah.
Sounds like a want. I would
I think-
suggest
I think
pushing the whole
the-
thing down.
I think that's what we're relying on our conversation with the bond advisory committee on. So at this point in time, I'm perfectly fine moving it down on the list, but leaving it in 2027. Any other concerns? Can I get some nods?
Pending our
I
discussion.
What
just
do you
get
think,
really
Bond committee.
concerned when he says things like this because it kind of creates a narrative. And so, I am encouraging city manager over here to stop that.
So we do put a lot more thought than what you can see on the page. The location, we would prefer it on the north side of Pecan because of difficulties of crossing Pecan and not able to put a crossing strip there based on TxDOT's rules.
Are you trying? You're trying to say that for years you've been trying to put a walking.
I'm just going to
strip
do
before
it
them as
actually
well?
at this
Yeah.
point. I mean, at this point.
So
We'll see if they notice.
Yeah, I want to make sure. Yeah, I want to make sure everyone hears that they've been trying for years to do something about it, and then have been not allowed to do so.
Yeah, they catch me. And the dollar amount, as it may seem shocking, we do use real numbers and we talk to brokers. And to be frank, I think we short sell ourselves in Pflugerville to understand our worth. And our worth is, if you look at what's selling in downtown, the worth is there. It may be that expensive. It may be. Also, remember that this is a phased approach. It's land, then surface, then garage. So those out years don't worry me. That's probably fine. But holding money right now, we learned the hard way during COVID to not budget enough funds, and then we watched everything skyrocket. Maybe we're being a little conservative, but we are watching what properties are selling for in downtown. They're not inexpensive.
And we've had this conversation when we. I'm thinking of Trista. She's going to get on me. Look at you smile. Speaking into the microphone now. We've had this conversation about 973 as well. Because we're saying, hey, listen, the land's not going to get cheaper anytime soon, and we've got to go ahead and be as aggressive as we can be while being fiscally responsible. So if they're saying they've done the homework and this is what the cost is, I mean, I like that we're having an honest conversation about the cost is. I agree that you're saying, well, wait a minute, okay, if we're looking at this as a parking garage, well, it doesn't mean that we don't have an off-ramp, right? Like, we can have a conversation saying we acquired this land. It doesn't make sense to do this right now. But we have this piece of the property because I like the idea because I think it's benefited us really well that we own the pieces on the chessboard downtown. I really do think it's bore out to fruition. Don't tell Serena that because I still want to talk smack about that. But and I like the idea of that. But I also understand what you're saying regarding like, oh, dude, what are we looking for in a park?
Well,
I mean, we don't have to
also,
approve the
we're-
contract when
we're-
it comes through either,
Yeah.
right?
Indeed.
If you all find something,
You have options.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
and
but if
we
you put it on the list and it
No,
stays there
I-
year after
I-
year,
sure.
I
everyone
completely
says it's on
understand.
the list, we must do it.
and
It's on the list. We're planning to do it. It is a plan.
We must do.
It's not a shall.
That's
we
the
do operate
feeling.
on
But
That's the pressure I feel.
we need to establish
feel
a
you.
plan for the future,
I
no
feel
doubt.
you.
So,
Well-
any other
Just
any
being
other
real.
facilities?
That's a good point.
Matt,
Make
did
sure
you
we
feel
mark
like you
this
got
date.
Yes.
good evaluation based on priority? We can put it down on the list, but leave the numbers the same.
Okay, so you just want me to shift?
But I would like not 21 million in 2028.
I would also like to move the Public Works up. The Public Works Building 1 We talked about that earlier. That seems to me fairly time sensitive, and the parks guys are operating
Yeah,
in
that's
a
already in.
dubious
it's already
environment.
Yeah,
But it's the last on
So
the
if we
list,
can
right?
move that up on the priority list,
Is it-
I think
is it the
that'd be
last one on the
appropriate
list?
to do.
I mean, it's the last
Yes.
on the list, but it has funding identified.
Yeah, but it's still about where the
Where
priority is
it
about
lands
you
on
put
the
your
list.
energy.
Yeah.
We could change the priority list to match that, but yeah.
Serena, just to be clear, just because it's listed like this doesn't mean that it's listed like this, right?
Well, it's listed like this on for
We,
purpose.
we don't spend less energy or more based on the listing.
Okay,
It's to be funded to be done.
that's cool. Okay.
All right, let me
What's the
move along to
direction?
parks.
Okay.
In your CIP, that's page 40. Excuse me, 64.
64.
64.
All right. I'll put Melody. What date is this? May 20th.
Yes.
I told you. Look, I'm gonna remember. You're right.
All right.
It's on the list. We have to do.
Sorry, I know the presentation wasn't
26.
in the same order as the packet, so
It's 26.
Sorry about that.
you got to skip around a little
Okay.
bit more for us.
Sorry, what was the page again?
64.
The PDF, page 75.
Okay, because it's different, the page number and the.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking specifically at the TFT packet.
You're looking at the bottom of the page.
No, I'm looking at. I'm not actually. Page
Oh.
58 if you're looking at the bottom of the page.
Page 58 of
Okay.
180, page 75 in the PDF.
No.
Page 64 in my
So
PDF.
confused.
Page
All right,
75 of 617.
Jonathan,
sorry.
any parks projects realignment?
No, I don't think so. I think ultimately we should have a conversation about the resolution later this evening in Reunion Park and how those things come together in terms of the community's vision for the historic colored edition. But otherwise, no, I think this all seems reasonable. I've already provided some feedback on making sure that we're delivering in Lake Pflugerville Park Phase 2 what the community needs versus what the master plan said several years ago.
And Jonathan, I'm glad you brought up about the resolution because, like, part of my concerns about what we're going to talk about in the future as well is that if we want to do this right regarding an African American corridor, we're going to have to get buy-in from the school district. They have
Sure.
all that land behind the colored edition cemetery, cemetery. That's going to be critical. And I'm not trying to call them out, but this is the second time in about a year where we've taken funds to help something get done.
Yeah.
And we've been looking at our school district partners to see, hey, wait a minute. Okay, we're doing our part right here. What are you doing to make sure that
Well, we're having a
everybody
joint
gets
meeting
together?
here soon, so that might be
are.
something we can ask to put on the agenda instead of all the PowerPoint presentations that we normally get.
I'll add that to
Yeah,
my
Mr.
list.
Mayor.
I just like how the names have still
I've already
changed and
asked
Caesar's
for
still
that.
hammered on.
I have
I
expressed
would
that
like to
same
second
thing.
Mr. Ruiz.
Councilmember Ruiz.
Okay, let's make it a
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Do I have a second to put it on the agenda?
You have a third, fourth,
gonna take a
fifth,
vote?
sixth.
Tristan,
You know
can
we
we take a
got you.
I'm looking forward to my first opportunity to set that agenda.
I just laugh how
Yeah.
the names have changed and he's still like, no.
So I'm not hearing any reprioritization of parks projects.
Well, let me
What you got, David?
put some forward. I would suggest we move destination play space down. I would suggest that we drop the Old Town Park all the way to the bottom, based on the feedback we've gotten from the people in that neighborhood, and also the fact that we've got a
Which part? Which one, bud? Couldn't hear you.
Old Town
Old
Park.
Town Park all the way
Oh,
to the
okay.
bottom,
Okay.
below
got
the
to go in,
multi-sport
thank you.
athletic complex.
Let me turn my mic off.
And I assume the multi-sport athletic complex is voter bond dependent.
No, it's not.
So that's
Yes,
not something that's going to happen anytime soon. I'd like to see if we could move the Reunion Park up. Maybe put that at or either slightly above or slightly below the destination play space in terms of our priorities there. I'm not sure if we want to have parkland acquisition that far down. I mean, it's sort of an opportunistic thing. If a bargain comes available on the market, we want to be able to do it right away. But at the same time, we don't want to commit to spending money if there's not a bargain to be had. So I'm not sure exactly how to address that in terms of priorities. I'd like to hear some feedback from
Well,
other people about that.
I think it's the same idea that we were just talking about with the park garage and other aspects. Like, if you can keep your powder dry for an opportunity to happen, because remember how we got 1849 in the first place?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that,
Same way
No,
we
I
got
don't remember.
Rudy, not all of us have been here for a decade.
Oh, geez.
I don't remember either, so that was before my time.
Yeah.
you were involved. Well, was it 2013, 2014?
Maybe.
Yeah. So,
It was very much like where we got the land where the PCDC
absolutely.
and the hotels are.
It just, it was an
opportunity
to happen.
to somebody had put it on sale and we jumped on it.
Yeah.
So to your point, David, I see that we've got a target budget there for CIP for parkland acquisition. Obviously, any acquisition is going to have to come to us for approval. So I think that kind of fulfills your desire there. We can always say, yeah, that's
We're going to
too
pull the
much.
trigger now. We're going to pull the trigger later. And it's I guess a question of the prioritization is how much do we want to have our people on the lookout for that specifically, as opposed to waiting for a deal to walk in the door.
Well, I think it's the same thing we ask PCDC, right? Like, I mean, you always want to be,
I think it's
on the
different.
book. Well,
PCDC is proactive by nature. I don't know that Parks is necessarily proactive about acquiring new land by nature.
Speak up, Jeff.
Hey, Mr. Shea, how you feel about that?
Jeff, you're turning
for you.
colors. Say something.
You always looking for land, or are you waiting for it to come to you?
I think that's pretty broad, and I'm
It
not going
is.
to put our assistant director on the spot. I mean, I had an email 2 weeks ago where you wouldn't believe how many realtors call us to say, hey, you want to buy this land? Because we're an easy target. And so we're always looking at locations. That is not something that we go lightly. We may not be making offers, but we're always on the lookout and having those conversations very regularly. To say that we're not proactive is not true.
I'm not saying they're not proactive. I mean, by nature, and I don't know, how far up the level of things to do today do we want to put it?
Appreciate that,
Do we want
David.
it to be number 1? Do we want it to be number 10? Right now, it's number
I mean,
8.
I'm not opposed to
It is number
bumping
10,
it up a
so-
couple spots. I mean,
Is that where
Well,
we want it?
acquisition
what-
window. I mean, yeah, that's fine.
We still, from what I heard previously, need an update to our undeveloped parkland
yes,
study.
we do.
So
we do.
I
we
would
know.
Councilmember
would
Ryan.
want us to have a good idea of what we already own before moving up priorities to purchase something. And I'm not really clear as to what projects we are trying to purchase this land for, because the majority of our park projects, we already have land except for the athletic.
But to your
well,
point, Council-
hold on, Jeff. To that point,
Point
the
taken.
parkland acquisition identified in the CIP is related to the bond advisory commission, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and specifically those first couple of years are related to Reunion Park and the trails.
All right. David, I'm going to disagree with you on the destination play space, since I believe that is some existing geo bond that's going into that. I don't see a good reason to push that down when voters have already approved it.
Well,
I was
Phase
just
one.
talking about, I think you're misunderstanding me, Mr. Mayor. I'm talking about moving Reunion Park up to or either one above or one below destination play space.
The
So-
first thing you said was to move destination play space down.
And you said based on what people have said, and I will disagree with that because people have been waiting quite some time, and I know I'm biased, but I'm happy to be
we're-
biased about it. They were promised a destination by a developer who was selling them snake oil.
A bill of goods, yeah.
And,
Is that the one we're still
now
keeping
the
from
people
building?
have been asking and asking and asking, and there's an entire community waiting for this to happen. I can't read it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, well, the conversation is there's possibly two different phases of destination play space, and definitely phase one, I believe, should be high on the list because it was already approved by the voters in 2020, and we've been waiting patiently for that. But the other thing is I am going going to reiterate my concern about maintenance and operations costs. Because a couple of years from now, based on the timing of the CIP, we are adding almost $1 million a year to operation costs for some of these projects. So I think we have to not only consider what it costs to build them, but what it costs to operate them, and what pressure that puts on the other services that we provide. So
No, that's a very good point. Are there items you would recommend we move out of 2027 based on your concern?
well, a number of them are based on the bond. So there is, waiting to see what would happen with that. But the most expensive one on that list is the 1849 Park Phase 3. And I guess I'm concerned about Phase 3 that it has only 3 baseball fields. And I felt like, and I know there might be some limitations, but, I want to hear, have some more information on that, like why we can't build more of the sports aspect than parking and concessions and restrooms. And it's a large dollar amount, and I think as it's not delivering as much for the youth sports or adult sports community based on that price tag. So that's my concern about Phase 3, that we're not getting more for our money in terms of sports.
So Jeff, to the question of bang for your buck, excuse me. How many fields do we have currently that we just built out there?
We have 3.
Okay, so then we're looking at you're looking at 100% increase to make it 6. What's the full scale idea of what we can actually build out there
Yeah,
if
so
we need to?
we've been having conversations about this because of the future Melville Lane extension going right through the park. There's actually very little buildable space up on the north portion of the park because of that floodplain, especially, I think this is their world, but when they made adjustments to the floodplain maps, that area expanded out a little bit. So even what we had in the 2014 master plan for development.
Atlas 14?
Atlas 14.
Okay.
That's a word I've heard. It's a little bit smaller than it was even then. And so there's some space on the northeast side that the master plan lines out for pickleball courts, tennis courts, things like that. You could build very small athletic facilities there, but again, you're backing right into development at this point. It wasn't that way when that master plan was built, but we have found in the Parks and Rec space, you don't always want lighted fields that close, backing up to someone's property.
No doubt.
There's
Based
a
on
lot of
that,
limitations.
based on that concern, does anyone else want to reprioritize that particular park project?
I have no problems moving up Reunion Park, but I also think that what Caesar said about destination play space, I mean, that is something that we explicitly promised. Now, the location can, the location could change, but we're not talking about location right now. We're talking about what.
Yeah,
And I
the
should
voters have
add-
said they want that, right?
Yeah.
So.
I should add, on
Well,
1849
they
Park,
said it at $5 million.
developing athletic facilities in the northern portion is difficult. Developing even destination-type play spaces is not. That's absolutely what we can do. We can make a state park-like atmosphere in
Sure.
that space, add single-track nature trails, things like that. That's what the plan is for 1849 Phase
And I trust
nice.
that you'll maximize the land that is usable without
Yeah.
exorbitantly
Yeah,
bringing a
there's-
bunch of fill. right?
Wait, you trying to tell me they have a plan and know what they're doing?
I do trust them to be
That's weird.
experts. so
I will
Jeff-
say, yeah,
It's still
the creek trail, the
$750,000 a
creek that
year.
runs through there is an incredible opportunity for those hiking trails. There's
Absolutely.
some great relief
I feel what you're saying.
out there. It's going to be pretty impressive. Melody? You had-
Well, you know what, as I was thinking and talking about this, because Phase 2 has been completed, it's not on here about what that's going to add to the annual maintenance, which we have to consider on top of this. So, it's not that I don't think that these, plans are great. I just am concerned about our ability to afford them.
Sorry, I missed that. Was that Lake Pflugerville Phase 2 that you're referring
No,
to? or-
1849,
1849.
Phase 2 with the first
Phase 2.
with the
For-
first
Phase 2 or
three.
Phase 3?
The ones that
No.
are just opening now.
No, Phase 2 just finished
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
with the baseball fields.
Okay.
And so, but we don't know, because I'm just wondering if $750,000 a year to operate Phase 3, what's the
Phase
cost
2,
of?
you mean?
No,
I see
Yeah,
what you're saying.
and it should be noted,
Yeah,
I mean,
Phase 3.
most of that, 90% of that is athletic field maintenance. And
That's-
so-
Yeah,
And-
so that's.
And there is a cost recovery component to
And there
that.
is.
And we just
Correct.
went over what our model is regarding fees.
Correct.
So there is a cost recovery model. It's not all bottom line
We should
costs.
say too, for cost recovery, the difference between a 3-field complex and a 6-field complex is pretty great in terms of what organizations might be looking at to bring out-of-town teams. They're not going to a 3-field complex, they will go to a 6-field.
It's funny you mentioned that. I know that, no,
Important
I don't know if they want me to name the city. There's a city south of us that is explicitly building, or, yeah, I can say Champions Field is what they're calling it, and explicitly for pony and other baseball leagues because they're saying there's not enough baseball fields available, and the expectation is to attract those teams, those travel teams, and get those dollars in regarding hotel.
That leads to cost recovery. Cricket?
So.
Okay,
But
sorry.
regardless, it does cost money to operate them, and so I don't know all the ins and outs of that dollar amount, but we have to be concerned about not only building but operating,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
what may or
100%.
may not be cut or not added because of that.
And I think we learned our lesson from 1849 Park. We did not have M&O in mind when we acquired it and what we were implementing. I feel like we've done that consistently since then, so that it may not be reflected in here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but we have ideas about what the M&O will be applicable to make sure that we're actually operating this at the correct level.
No,
So, right?
absolutely, and
Yeah.
especially since we just built some fields, we know what those costs are, so and again, one of those 3 fields we would be building is a Miracle League field, and at least that's in the concept, which is not turf. So there's some maintenance, but you can play t-ball on it, you could play younger kids on it, but it's like the rubber surfacing that's for wheelchairs and
It's a great
accessibility.
concept, especially with our All Abilities plan. Council, I'm going to take us real quick to page 75 of 180 to our transportation projects and ask if there is any reprioritization to be had on our transportation projects.
Page 92 if you're in
Wait,
the packet.
oh yeah, I'm like.
Yeah, page 92 in the packet, page 81 if you're in the single document, page 75 of 180 if you're looking at the bottom. That's going to be your transportation.
Okay, here we are.
And,
I'm glad you're navigating traffic.
Matt, would you take us to transportation on the slide, just real quick? I don't remember if it's forward or back.
It's back.
So I do want to echo some of the sentiments, Director of prioritizing all of the 2020 road projects that are still open at the front, as well as adjusting it to the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations about no new debt, and let's focus on finishing what we've already funded. I do have a question on pavement maintenance program, because in the version that I looked, it still talks about what 2026 plans are. And so I wanted some insight on what are the other neighborhoods or streets that we're considering next year for this money, which I think is, is it 5 million or where am I?
6.2.
Well, this is 5 million for 2027.
Oh,
right?
5 million for 2027. Yeah.
And am I misremembering that I think that we're doing a study towards the beginning of the year on which roads, or
Correct.
It's a different project.
TR
Okay.
2704 in your packet, it's on page 76 of 180. I don't know what all the other page numbers are.
I got you.
Is to do an updated pavement condition index. All of the roads that we've been trying to do rehab and just extend the life on are based on an old PCI or pavement condition index.
How long ago was that one, bud? More than a decade?
No,
I
it
believe it was
was
in 20.
3 or 4 years ago.
24.
Okay.
it's not super? Yeah, that was not.
Well, no, I see you've got a
76.
PCI study
I'm at
there
70.
in,
Okay.
what year
Looks
was
like
it?
this.
They're in 27 and then again
Okay, there we
in
go.
30.
Yes.
So the idea is, do we need to be doing that every 3 years?
I know.
Every 3 to 5 years, I would recommend you do it, unless you want to try to take it all in-house, which then requires additional equipment and some training for staff, those kind of things. But, yeah, because even though you can try to approximate how your streets are going to start aging and failing, you can't really anticipate everything under the ground. And so that's part of the problem that we're having now is as we try to line up the 2026 version, is that the contractors that we've been using, we say, hey, we're just going to do a slurry seal. And they come in and say, no, this is a full depth rebuild. And so the PCI study, as best we can use it, is helping us, but it's not giving us the greatest and latest updated information. So that's why we're recommending we do that again early in 27. And then we would prioritize the roads based around that study, with the exception that I'm pretty sure that we're still going to try to do a mill and overlay of the older parts of Pflugerville Parkway.
Cool.
Just because that one has been called out for a while to have it mill and overlaid.
So the only concern I have here is TR. I think it was 2407. Let me find that again. 2407, which was
24.
the Steeds Crossing right turn lane. That being not slated until 28, beginning in 28, continuing through 2030. That feels like something that we should be doing sooner. The traffic up there has gotten dramatically worse. Any chance we could accelerate that one?
What was that?
2020 TR.
Oh, okay.
2407 FM 685 at
It's on
Steeds
page
Crossing right
76.
turn lane.
So we approved funds to be spent this year. We're not spending them, and we're moving them to 2028.
Can you talk about that, Matt?
That's what I'm seeing on here.
Yes.
I can tell you that we haven't started on it this year.
Are there other conflicting projects in the area, or is it just something we haven't gotten around to yet?
We just haven't had the
Okay.
manpower dedicated to it yet.
Okay.
And
Okay.
because it hadn't started, I prioritized it lower on the list. Again,
No, I got you. It
not
hasn't
having
started yet.
it.
That makes sense. There's some other here that we've approved that but haven't started yet. That one in particular, I feel like needs to that would provide a dramatic amount of benefit.
Yeah, agree.
I guess
Does anyone else agree with moving that to 27?
my only question would be this: is what matrix? God bless you. Outside of it hasn't started yet, so that's why you put it down there. Is there any other matrix or metrics to see where it should be prioritized to this point?
So we could refer back to the existing mobility master plan and see what kind of data was in there as far as crash data, traffic volumes, and that kind of stuff. To my knowledge, we haven't done any updated analyses to indicate if there's any additional impacts or any. I mean, clearly, if it was bad then, it's not going to get better. But aside from that, that's the best I could offer.
All right.
I'm also concerned about things that related to traffic control and like here on the Schultz Lane safety improvements, TR 2405. I'd like to see those a little bit higher on our priority to give safety improvements versus spending money on starting things that may be 2 or 3 years down the road. I don't recall why. I didn't think Schultz Lane safety was at 11 million in total the last time we looked at it, but I don't know. Maybe when the Kenny Ford actually opens, that won't be.
It's getting close.
I know.
It's
I
getting
look
close.
at it every week, and I'm like, it's striped.
Yeah.
But like traffic
There's that one
signal
construction truck right in
improvements
the middle.
and intersections, those things, especially if they're a slightly lower cost than some other things, can have more of an immediate impact and improvement on the daily commutes of people. So that's just my overall thing, but I definitely want to focus on all the 2020.
So Matt, to the point of both what the mayor and what Councilmember Ryan said, these are two places that we know we've heard about issues for years. And that's why I was asking if there's a matrix or something like that as well. So if we were able to help those citizens in those specific areas, it'd be very Steed Crossing. That has been. Is Jerry Springer a genuine word?
It's been a problem for a while.
Yeah.
Council, I want to remind you this will be on our agenda again next meeting, correct? Correct.
Can
Yes,
I
it's on the
make
schedule.
one additional comment?
We're real close to time.
Oh, we've got 8 seconds. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I probably can't do it in 8 seconds.
All right. We do have an opportunity again next meeting to complete our prioritization. Again, your homework. Make sure you understand.
Yeah.
I feel like these tables were incredibly useful in seeing where everything is at, where everything's going. If things do need to be reprioritized, this is our chance to do it. With that, our work session is adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, we will reconvene in just a couple minutes. I'm going to give our counselor an opportunity to stretch their legs and whatever else they need to do. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Whatever that.
Did you put in your,
Welcome everyone. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Pflugerville City Council here on May 26th, right? 2026 at 7:08 p.m. I appreciate y'all being here. We certainly have a packed house. The first thing we're going to do is we are going to rise to recite the U.S. pledge, the Texas pledge. I would ask that following that you remain standing for a moment of silence. If you would join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please take your seats. I recognize we have quite a few people in here and quite a few very interesting items on the agenda. I promise we will get to those just as quickly as we can. I want to be respectful of everyone's time this evening. With that, I'm going to call for general public comment. General public comment that is in accordance with the Texas Attorney General's opinion. Any public comment that is made on an item that is not on the published final agenda will only be heard by City Council. No formal action, discussion, deliberation, or comment will be made by the City Council. Each person providing public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. I have a large stack of papers for items that are on the agenda, and I will call those as they come forward. I have not been notified of any general public comment items. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak at this time? Seeing none, I will move forward to item 4A, that is to conduct a presentation on ROAD, Ready designation from Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool. Mr. Oliver with TML, you're here to give us a presentation.
Is this where I'm supposed to be?
This is it.
Okay.
You're supposed to be in this room, that's all I know.
All right, so I'm Darrell Oliver, Safety and Loss Control Manager with the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool. And I'm here tonight. Capo, you want to come up if you're in here? I'm here tonight to award the city with a Road Ready recognition plaque. I've worked real...
We're so excited about it, but tell us what it means.
Okay, so basically, I've worked with CAIPO for a pretty good while. We've done a consultation, we've done safety meetings, we've done outreach trainer meetings, hazard surveys, and then they did a safety rodeo that was put together by your employees. And the reason why this program exists is about 5 years ago, the risk pool started looking at fatalities that have taken place associated with employees being outside of their vehicle on or near roadways, just doing normal, jobs that they do, right-of-way maintenance, trainering, and moving backhoes, working on streets, just all the different various jobs that they do. And it puts them in really dangerous places to be out doing that work close to a roadway. And we've not only seen quite a few fatalities, we've seen catastrophic injuries take place that have been career-altering for employees. So we're here tonight to acknowledge the public service and the hard work that your employees do, and for them stepping up to the plate, and for the city earning this Road Ready recognition. And this specifically is addressing Parks and Recreation, Parks Operations, PAWS, Public Works Street Operations, and Public Works Utilities Departments. And again, congratulations, and thank you all for being safe-minded out there, which not only protects employees, but it protects the general public as well. Thank you all.
Wonderful. Thank you. Can we come over for a photo? Who needs to be in there? You tell me who else is here. You said Parks. Awesome. Here. Good job, Shane.
She wants to fly the coop.
Yes. I mean, Arkansas. Arkansas, because they do reciprocity. So that's what I get tuition. Some of your job. That's true.
That brings us to item 4B, that is to conduct a presentation on our Youth Advisory Council. Trista.
Good evening, all. I will only be up here for a second because the people you actually want to hear from are right behind me. But back in, I believe it was October, you met our Youth Advisory Council, and they have gone through the program for the year. So I'm going to send it over to them for them to tell you what we did. Come on. Come on. You just stand, yeah.
This one does the next.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Start timer just in case.
All right, well, good evening, y'all. My name is Natalie Matthews. I'm the chair of the Pflugerville Youth Advisory Council, and I'll let the rest of my peers introduce ourselves. Our vice chair couldn't be here today. Her name is Frances. She's really sad to miss it, but you get to see the rest of us, so win-win. You want to introduce yourselves?
I'm McKenna O'Connor.
I'm Lucas.
I'm Henry Martinez.
I'm Ferris Kaysen.
I'm Leanne Bushmace.
All right, and we're just going to take you guys through kind of a summary of what we did throughout the year, because I know that our program is excellently led by Trista, but there's kind of a little bit of a mystery of what we actually do, so we're here to kind of tell y'all. This is our team. The people who aren't here is Francis. Everyone else was able to make it. First, we did 4 major things. These are in chronological order. We had our board meetings and staff presentations that we went to go spectate. We had our Youth Advisory Council Summit. We volunteered for Paws, a local animal shelter, and then we volunteered for the Slice of Pflugerville, as well as kind of witnessing how it was put together by the Parks and Recreations Department. So for the meeting and presentations, before we actually started our year of kind of the Youth Advisory Council at large, me and Francis met with Trista over the summer, and we decided we wanted to dedicate the first semester to kind of learning more about local governance, because I think a lot of the Youth Advisory Council is focused on what the youth can do for the city, but we also wanted to see what the city could do for our youth and learning more about what opportunities there are and what we can kind of learn from it. Because I also think that there's a lot of mystery beside what you do. Because if you look in the audience, no offense to you guys are all young and hip and spry, but there's not a lot of teenagers, who are coming up and showing to these things.
Did you say hip?
Yes!
You said spry, too. Love it.
We just kind of wanted to make sure that we had a group of well-educated youth who knew about things like the library board, city council meetings, planning and zoning commissions. We also got to work with the Parks and Recreations Department a lot, and it was just really cool kind of unearthing the interdisciplinary nature of city council and also our city at large, of just seeing what kind of goes on and the cogs behind the machine that is Pflugerville. So next, we had the Youth Board Summit. This happened in January of this year, specifically the last weekend of January leading into February. A lot of the Youth Advisory Council Summit, what was really cool about it was youth boards from across Texas, because Pflugerville isn't the only city with this program. We met a lot of people ranging from Laredo all the way to Houston, Dallas, and everywhere from across Texas. And I think something that was especially important about the Youth Board Summit was that it focused on a lot of soft skill development that we don't see a lot of high schools focusing on right now. So we learned a lot of things about social emotional learning, communicating with adults, and a lot of things like that. Like even stuff as simple as how to give a firm handshake. We also got a lot of really valuable knowledge surrounding things like career preparation and financial literacy, which is really, really helpful heading into college because, which are kind of essential skills. And then we also just learned leadership more broadly. We got to meet and talk to a lot of really interesting teenagers and also make some really meaningful connections. For instance, we did this activity of speed mentoring mentoring, where we got to meet people, whether it was lead producers of semiconductors who worked with people in Taiwan and like facilitated it in America. We also met a lot of really interesting like doctors, city council people, police officers, and it was just really interesting seeing all the different career paths, but then also just learning about the professional world in general. Next, we had our pause volunteering, because aside from the youth summit and also learning about the city, again, we also wanted to make sure that we were giving back to the city. So I'm going to let Henry and Ferris speak a little bit more about what they did with pause, because unfortunately I wasn't able to make it, but they'll be able to tell you some really good information.
Yeah, so we volunteered for pause. It's more about learning about the dogs, learning their stories, and trying to figure out why were they there for so long, as well as just learning about the animal shelter as a whole, and also trying to promote these dogs to hopefully get adopted. Personally, I think this is a really great service that the city has, and yeah, I think it's, although it's small, I think it's a very vital part of our community. And yeah, is there anything you want to say?
I'd just like to add that through like our volunteering, we each chose a dog, and we would like interact with it for a while, and then we'd take pictures and write about it and try to make it where it's like people can know the dog like before meeting it. So then, like, they don't just see the dog one time and then they get like one bad meeting with it, and they're like, "Oh, I don't like this dog." And then they can read, "Oh, this dog is sweet." Once you get to know how it acts this way, like for the first dog, Hazel, she doesn't seem very interested at first, but she's just like very observant and curious about what's going on around her. And like with you creating like a profile for the dog, people are able to see the good side of the dog to help them get adopted so they don't stay in the shelter for too long.
And a lot of these dogs are very overlooked, very misunderstood. So I think this is a good opportunity to get their biographies out there, and also just bring awareness.
Yeah, it was a really cool opportunity through PAWS just to help advertise the dogs, help them get adopted and everything like that. So we're really happy that we were able to do that, and shout out to Trista for facilitating all of it. And then lastly, we're not done yet, guys. Surprise. We also helped, there's not a dedicated slide for this one, but our last project of the year was actually to help with Slice of Pflugerville, which, if you guys didn't know, Slice of Pflugerville came at a very tumultuous time with Pflugerville because we were still going through a lot of things where it was kind of stressors due to the water insecurities that we were facing. So it was a double-edged sword, because even though we were able to unfortunately go through that, we saw that how the city worked through that through observing the Parks and Recreations Department of working with them, where how are they going to adopt Slice of Pflugerville then to be able to adequately respond to people's concerns? How are we going to keep the city moving? How are we going to keep morale up and everything like that? So it was really inspiring being able to see our city still put on an event like that, while also still dealing with stress. And Slice of Pflugerville this year, if you guys weren't there, was amazing. And what we were able to do is we worked with Trista as well as other leaders within Parks and Recreations to facilitate and host youth-based organizations within Slice of Pflugerville. So I was able to get organizations, specifically ones like Beyond Boundaries, which are Pflugerville-based teen-led nonprofits that focus on youth advocacy and everything like that. We wanted like high school cultural organizations there, like local chapters of Black Lives Matter or QSA or Queer Student Associations. And we also had two of our own, Ferris and Henry, help out and volunteer throughout Slice. So it was a really cool opportunity to get youth voices in the community heard at Slice of Pflugerville, but it was also really cool for us behind the scenes to see how Parks and Recreations managed such a big event while also balancing the dozens of other things they had to deal with at the same time, which was just really, really inspiring and really cool to see local leadership in action. But yeah. And then
Amazing.
That was our year.
Thank you.
Natalie.
So that is amazing. I want to thank you for presenting, and I know when I talk to some of the older folks in our community, we're always worried about the youth, but every time I meet the youth, I know I was not near that industrious when I was your age. I'm consistently impressed. Thank you for taking the ownership and the initiative to do all these things you did, and thank you for being part of the
this opportunity.
I wanted to thank you as well for the honor of serving as your mentor this year. I'm just so proud of you. You're going to go far. Thank you so much. Far.
You know what? But I have a problem, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. That was a wonderful presentation, but I did not hear from Natalie what institution of higher learning she will be attending in the fall.
Well, she didn't want to disappoint you by saying
After
Texas
much
A&M.
internal debate, I was really excited to attend the University of Texas at Austin, but I have since decided on Cornell University.
Anyone else going to UT though?
There you go. There's your one. I got some more.
We got a couple there.
But trust me, I'm still going to stick around in Austin. I'm excited to come back, and I'm very, very excited for the future. Yeah.
I'm very impressed with the presentation and for your contributions to our city. And I encourage you to continue doing so in wherever you land in your college career or going forward, because there are animal shelters in all of those cities. My daughter was able to volunteer in Lubbock. So I encourage you to continue getting involved in the next chapter.
I just wanted to share this. Actually, Trista, you don't even know this because this happened a few days ago, but it's okay. It's something bad. But since working with the Pflugerville Youth Advisory Council, I figured out that Ithaca, which is where I'm headed, actually has one. So I already spoke with their city manager, and I'm hoping to do some really good work with them because I think that this is a really, really cool program for kids and teenagers.
Boy,
and I think it's phenomenal.
And Ithaca is it's out there, but it's a wonderful city.
Oh yeah,
it really is.
But yeah, thank you guys all so much for this amazing opportunity. This was amazing.
We need some photos.
Good luck.
You want all of us?
Yeah.
All right. Let's get a quick photo by the flags.
Come on, y'all.
Let's do the whole council. We'll go back row. Well,
most of us.
all right.
Jonathan.
You guys got it. Yeah, this way.
Yeah, guys.
This is like one of the most fun council
I'm glad. So proud of y'all.
All right.
Sorority squad?
You're good. I'm window.
Okay.
All right.
Councilman Rogers is just gonna poke it off with this. Oh. All right. 1, 2, 3. Back up, get vertical.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, and that brings us, following the all-important hugs. All right. That brings us to item 4C, which is to conduct a presentation on City of Pflugerville water supply. I believe we have Director Matt Rector and Assistant Director Shelby Granger with us for this item.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. We didn't really plan this out.
Yeah, I got it. So as of yesterday, we hit, and I'm sorry, I'm Shelby Granger, I'm the Assistant Director of Water Operations, and we are here to give you an update on the city's water supply. As of last night, the lake elevation was 635.3, which is just a couple inches under completely full. We're hoping with the rain tonight that will get us completely full before the shutdown we have scheduled for tomorrow. And then you can see on this next slide here, the lake trend towards the top there. So we were able to kind of maintain that top elevation. We had some scheduled like turn-offs when we were getting full. We had some rain events that kind of sent us over the spillway.
Once we're overflowing, we don't want to keep putting water in it.
We're good, yeah.
So it's a good thing we took down Pier 1 so that people cannonballing don't actually push the water out.
Yes, that's why.
I knew you were on top of it.
And then this is just a simple graph of the 4 MGD, 4 million gallons per day goal that we had set while we're in restrictions. And then the 8 MGD cap that we're at, that red line at that top, is our operational limitation currently on the water plant until the expansion project is completed. To be frank, the conservation efforts have been huge, and we see that, and reflecting of the usage, we really haven't seen an increase in usage as of yet.
So it speaks volumes about our citizens.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm very grateful for that. If y'all don't have any questions, I'll hand it off to Matt.
So we wanted to show you some updates on the construction process, and so just like I did last time, I'll take you from the river pump station all the way up to the lake. And so you can see here the renovations at the pump station itself. We're getting the aerial pipe pushed through the wall there. We did have to enlarge that opening, so that's the second picture where we actually added more reinforcement to the wall, and we're redoing the concrete in that space around the brick. And then that last image there is Shelby got to deliver the good news. I get to deliver some bad news. We are actually having to dig up some of the pipe that is already in the ground because when we did the pressure testing, we found out that there's a leak on the line, and so we're exposing that line so we can fix the leak, so we can rebury the line.
See where it is right now, and then take care.
Let me guess that that new leak is proximate to the original strike point.
No, this is brand new pipe that was installed at the river pump station in the, in the yard pipe.
I gotcha. Okay.
And so we did a hydrostatic pressure test on it last week.
And the new pipe had a defect.
And it leaked. And so we are exposing that pipe to basically fix that leak and then rebury it.
Now, I want to make sure I understand. Is that a defect in a section of pipe, or is that a problem with a joining of two sections where the leak came?
It was an issue with how it was joined together.
Okay.
And so they're exposing it, taking it apart, fixing that, putting it back together, reburying it.
So the pipe section itself was not defective, it was just an installation problem?
As far as we know, the pipe is sound. It was just the joint did not seal the way it was supposed to.
Have you reconducted the pressure test?
We have not.
So it's not ready yet, but we believe we found it. We're gonna test it again, I imagine.
Correct.
Make sure it's 100% before we go online.
And the reason why you found it is because in your process of procedures, this pressure test is part of what you conduct.
Correct. Before we start putting water through the lines, we always do pressure testing to make sure that it's not going to leak, so that we're not just putting a bunch of water on the ground.
And you do this pressure testing along all the new
Yeah,
water
we
lines.
break it up into segments so that we can do it, but yes, we do it throughout the entire pipeline.
So is this the first testing, or has other sections been tested and they were all fine?
So you will see it on future slides, but yes, we are, because we have 3 different contractors working at 3 different locations. They are all doing this hydrostatic pressure testing. This is the area that is the most concerning, because this is where we're trying to get everything to pass and ready for us to turn everything back on after we do our shutdown. And so this one failed. You'll see, it's not on this section, so it's the third one. You'll see that we've done other pressure testing, and it's held pressure, so we're moving forward in those areas. This is the second section, which we are called bid package number 3. You can see that we are installing all the pump. The pipe. We're getting it all buried. You can see the trench boxes. We are making progress there.
Where is that?
Johnny Morris.
Yeah, I don't.
78724.
So
I'm
that's
sorry.
at
Where's this location?
So this is off of Johnny Morris. So it's like
by the Expedition Center.
Oh, okay.
near the start of the pipeline.
Rodeo. There.
Closer to there than here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so here's what I was talking about. So you can see that this is the third section. This is the most northern section. That first picture is just the outfall near the lake. So I would put that in there purposely to show you how full the lake is. And then the second 2 pictures are the middle one is us getting ready for the pressure testing. So they put this plate on there to hold pressure to this section of pipe. And then they fit it with this valve so that when we pressurize everything, we can see that it's holding pressure for a period of time. And so then we fill it up with pressure, we let it sit there, and if we start seeing that gauge drop, then we know we've got a leak, and we go in and try to figure out the leak and fix it. And so that one held pressure.
The last couple times I've been at the lake, it makes me chuckle when your construction crews are dewatering near where that is, because there is so much water in the lake right now. that
Yeah,
they have to
that's
actually
that
pump
first
it
picture
out.
with the pump.
Yep. Mhm.
Cleaning that out so we can access it. We've come a long way.
And then this last picture here, this is just because I want to keep everybody in the loop. So that picture on the left is the very first picture we showed you back in March of the bypass that we constructed, the emergency bypass. And you can see how straight it is and how nice and everything, the blocks are laid in and how beautiful everything looks. The picture on your right was taken yesterday. And so
this morning.
This is the reason why I keep urging some cause for maybe like not being overjoyed yet, because we're not out of the woods, so to speak. And I keep sharing this with city management team. I'm like, I know we're doing good and it looks really good and the lake is getting full and everybody is ready to celebrate, but we're not across the finish line yet. And so that's why I keep putting this up here, just as a reminder that this is still in place. We still have to worry about this thing. If a large flow event comes through here, we have to figure out how to, make sure that it stays in place. We've got the anchors. The blocks are still there. You just can't see them anymore because scour has allowed the blocks to settle, and some of them have even started to flow down creek. And so just something that I'm constantly watching, and we're keeping the contractors aware of.
But Matt, is there anything that you're not doing right now that could be done to make sure that it is, just like you said, protected and, accessible?
I mean, I guess there are always things that you could do. So what we've done is you see the blocks that we put in place, and they look small in that picture. They are not small.
They're 4 feet across.
Yeah.
Yes, those are not concrete blocks that any one of us could go pick up. Maybe James, but other than that, probably nobody else. And so those were actually put in place by a crane moving them out over the creek.
Wow.
And then on top of that, what you can't really see in the picture is we actually have those similar lines going the opposite direction, going upstream, and they have actually screwed in anchors that have been screwed into the creek beds, like you would see holding tension lines for cables or mobile homes or those kind of things to hold them against wind. So we've got that on the upstream side, and then we've got the blocks on the downstream side. The only other things that we've talked about are like extending aerial lines across the creek and then coming down and trying to tether it and hold it in place. The problem there is if you start doing that, then you start blocking up any debris that's flowing down creek. And so we've talked about all kinds of options about ways to do this thing, and everything that we've thrown out is just as problematic as the other ones.
Well, and we are so close to that finish line. You said we're not there yet, but tell me how we could cross that finish line so that this pipeline is no longer relevant.
So the bottom line is we need either the 42-inch secondary raw water line to be fully done and online, or we need the 30-inch existing raw water line to be completely repaired and put back online so that we can remove this.
And that's the shutdown time frame that we've been talking about. Are we on schedule with that? It doesn't seem as though it's the main constraint right now.
So, short answer is no, we're not on schedule with that right now. The shutdown is going to start tomorrow. We are anticipating that neither the 42-inch secondary raw water line nor the 30-inch replacement of the broken pieces will be completed by the time we turn the pumps back on in June. So, as a contingency plan for that aspect, what we have come up with is if the header pipe, and part of it you saw in the first set of pictures where we're coming out of the building, where we can tie into everything, if that is finished before the shutdown, and we think we can get there, then we would not have to do any more unanticipated shutdowns this summer. Meaning that we can manipulate the valves to be able to flip back and forth between this 24-inch bypass line and bring in the 42-inch secondary line or the 30-inch, whichever one is done first, online. Most likely it would be the 42-inch first, getting that one turned on, and then we can shut down this 24-inch bypass because we're operating out of the 42-inch line, and then finish the 30-inch, get that in place, and then once that is ready and hooked up, take the 24-inch out, and then we're operating off the two lines as we've always intended to do.
So what's our time frame then for getting the 42-inch activated? Because I'm assuming we need the pump stations. We would need a shutdown to take the 24 offline and fix the 30.
No. So the way we would do this, let me answer your first question. What the contractors are telling me is that we can be ready with a 42-inch by the end of June.
Okay.
End of June.
Okay?
With no additional shutdown,
With no additional
we're going to do
shutdown.
these pump improvements in the next 2 weeks.
No additional shutdown, assuming that header pipe at the pump station is 100% done by the time the shutdown is over. So we've got from May 27th, tomorrow, when we do our shutdown, till June 10th, when we turn pumps back on. That's our 2-week window that we're operating under. Contractor is telling me that they believe that they can have the header pipe that's there. I'll go back. So I can't show you the whole thing. I don't have a picture of it. But basically, where this pipe comes out of the building, it then wraps around and ties in to several valves in front of the building. Basically, I'm trying to draw you a very generic picture. This is not
Yes,
super detailed.
that's okay.
If that is in place by the time the shutdown is over, so June 10th, then when we turn the pumps back on to start with on June 10th, we would be operating out of that 24-inch bypass line just like we are today. We've got 2 pumps running, we got the 24-inch line going, we recover from however much the lake has drawn down in this 2 weeks, and we're flowing. We don't have to do another shutdown to finish the 42-inch line if that is in place. We simply turn a valve to divert flow away from the 24-inch line, and I'm making a simple motion as if it's that easy.
It's a rather large valve.
Yes. And so we would turn that valve and divert all the flow into that 42-inch line. So then we're not using that 24-inch bypass anymore. We can't use the 30-inch yet. So that would happen sometime around the end of June is what I'm being told.
Okay.
Once that is in place, we focus in on finishing up the 30-inch. Then, if we needed to switch between the 42 and the 30, again, it's a turn of the valve to divert that water over. And before we would do that, we would completely remove that 24-inch because we wouldn't need it anymore. So we would take the 24-inch out, hook the 30-inch up, and now we can manipulate everything.
We can open both valves at the same time if we need to.
Correct.
Matt, are there any appearances that citizens may notice at the lake during the shutdown?
So I mean, you may see water level start dropping.
Okay.
What's our anticipated water loss over 2 weeks?
Yeah. We just want to make sure they're aware.
Are we talking half a foot? Are we talking 3 feet?
Yeah.
So I would have to go back. And
If it doesn't rain.
If it doesn't rain.
refresh my memory, but if we maintain the 4 MGD, which is what we're pushing for, that's why we've stayed in modified stage 1 is because of this on this on and the water plant on the other side. If we stay there, then I'm thinking that, and I would need to go back and refresh my memory, but I'm thinking you're about a foot.
Okay.
Okay. We just want to make sure. The reason why is
You're not going to get back to this.
Yeah, I mean, if I see it drop 5 feet, I'm going to be scared.
Yeah.
If it doesn't drop at all, I'm going to be very thankful. But
And
yeah,
I
so
mean-
about a foot is what you're thinking, roughly.
and that's all. We just want to make sure the citizens are aware in their.
Yeah, you're not going to get back to the low level that we started out from.
We're not going to be fishing on dry land.
Yeah.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right. I appreciate that.
Okay. So that was that. Then we get into the treatment plant. So now we're on the other side of the lake and everything. And so, bad news.
So yeah, I mean, we went over this last meeting, but the rated design capacity of the current water plant is 17.7 MGD. Again, we're looking at 8 MGD as our operational limit
Bless you.
until the expansion's done, just due to the age of our membrane facility. And then our peak treatment capacity, we're saying it's 10.5 million gallons a day. That's saying like a peak hourly flow, right? Like if everyone was watering or everyone was home using water at the same time. That's why we say average treatment capacity day in and day out would be limited to 8 MGD, just to curb off that peak that we're seeing at 10.5 throughout the day.
So how does that play out for our citizens in their day-to-day lives?
I mean, mainly the reason for that stage 1 modified, right, is to avoid that peak at irrigation, like that irrigation. A lot of people think that your like high water usage is at like 6 p.m. It's actually very low at 6 p.m. in the evening. Our highest peak in an average year is 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. when all that irrigation is on. So,
When I run my dishwasher.
so that is exactly why we have the restrictions in place early on.
Do you have a general idea that you could share with us in terms of what our peak has been recently with, given all of the conservation work we've been getting up to?
I would say like the average peak day to day is 6 to 7 MGD. And to be frank, that's like keeping our tanks full. So like if we were to see more usage, we could kind of like curb that out by not topping off the tanks, but we do that when we can in the case of like a main break or that sort of thing.
Reserve capacity.
Exactly.
So the reason that that our peak treatment capacity is so low right now is because the age of the membranes, and those membranes are at year 8 of the 10-year rated life, or year
It's
9?
a mixed bag, I'm going to be honest. Some of them are like 5, 6 years old. Some of them are only 2 years old. So we have some membrane trains, that are running harder than others.
Okay.
We're putting the majority of the capacity on the newer filters as much as we can.
That makes sense.
But to Matt's point as well, it's not just the membranes. We had a piece of equipment fail at the plant last week that brought us down a train. This 8 MGD was taken into account that a train would be down, simply because we don't live in a world where everything goes perfect all the time.
Right.
So I'm still confident in that number, even with that one out of 5 trains being down. But it's not just the membranes, it's actuators, valves, pumps that we have to rely on as well.
Could you remind the citizens when we're looking at our final completion of this? I think they see the construction. Well, some people see this construction as well.
The final completion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
December?
I'm like, is there a slide for that?
I love the dramatic turn.
She's like, you deliver this news.
Yeah, so the anticipated final completion of the water treatment plant is around late December.
So you said, we always got to get the terminology right. You said final completion, substantial completion? When can we turn it on?
The anticipated substantial completion is October.
Okay.
Hey, that's a big deal.
So the question in my mind is, if our limitations going to modified stage 1 is due to our ability to treat the water, does that mean that we're going to have to continue to be in modified stage 1 until substantial completion in October?
Good question.
Possibly. There's a lot of variables in there, and so to clarify, yes, we were worried about treatment. We're also worried about what's going to happen with this shutdown. There are a lot of variables that are being taken into account day to day, and so I think that where we stand today, I think that is true that we would continue the modified stage 1 until the plant is online. Once we get through this shutdown and we see how things are going and how everything performs, I think that we would need to reevaluate the situation day in and day out to determine what the best path forward is, and if we could potentially start looking at maybe reducing some of the restrictions.
So then my other question, and what people have asked me as well, what's our contingency plan if you said we have 5 and now 1 is offline? What happens if we go to 3?
Yeah, so there's a few things. Like one, that piece of equipment that failed, we are looking into procuring it. We're also looking at rebuilding it in-house as well. But a couple of months ago when we started seeing that the plant wasn't going to be on schedule, we did a risk assessment of the equipment we had on site and went ahead and ordered parts that we felt were vital and critical to keeping those trains online. I'm pretty confident with I know our operations maintenance staff is dedicated and they understand how critical of a situation we're in. So there's that in place, but to be frank, that's also the restrictions is a large part of that. That's us feeling confident with that number, knowing the status of each train and the maintenance needs they have.
So what you're saying is you've got parts on standby
Correct.
as a contingency.
Yeah, actually, the piece of equipment that failed last week, I think I've seen 2 of those go down in the last 10 years. And we had one in stock and used it a few months ago. So that's just the name of the game.
That was the other one.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay.
So when we get to December and we have final completion, at that point, what is our our capacity? Are we back up to a peak treatment capacity of 17, or are we at some other number?
30 MGD is the
We're at
new
30.
rated capacity.
Well, that'll be
We
the
are not
rated
touching
capacity
that.
of 30. We talked about, we live in the real world, right?
Right,
So we got a rated
Yes.
capacity of 30,
Yes.
which means we have an actual capacity of 20, 25.
That rated capacity, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe is with the understanding of a train being down at all times.
Say that again?
It's with an understanding that a train would be down at all times. So usually when you do
Okay.
rated capacity, it's assuming that you have something in maintenance, right?
Something's going wrong,
Right.
right?
But-
Okay.
To be frank, even in a wild universe, we will not go anywhere near that number. I would still say your peak, and I mean massive peak, main break, middle of summer, you're looking at 17 MGD. You know,
Okay.
we haven't even seen that in the last couple of years.
So it hasn't rained in a month. Everybody's lawn is dying. They're all watering twice a day, despite the fact that we're in restriction.
Correct.
And we're 17, and we are.
Yeah,
We're less than
And we're
2/3 of our
coasting.
capacity at that point.
I don't see a world in which we're anywhere near that, even in a worst case scenario. So,
Okay.
So yeah, in theory, like when the water treatment plant's completed, you're on the 42 inch. There wouldn't be no restrictions operationally or related to lake or water treatment capacity at that point.
So if they have at that point, they have a massive failure in the water treatment plant in Hutto, we could sell them some extra water?
I mean, depending on what that contract looks like, I don't know.
Do you ever wish that bad juju on people, Billy Roddy?
Well, I know that Hutto is getting close to capacity, and they've reached out to us about the possibility of buying some water from us. I want to see if that's real, if that's,
Your options would open up.
okay, all
Well,
right.
because we have LCRA contract of up to 22 million gallons a day. So that's our maximum under our current contract.
Correct.
I'm
Now-
assuming that LCRA water would need to stay in the LCRA basin
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
contractually.
So you
But-
have
so
me-
that's a lot of details. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Melody?
yeah, no, well, you had me curious about when we were talking, like the expansion and membranes.
Right.
Is it still gonna be 5 membranes for the total expanded, or is it 5 plus 5, or?
It's 5, I want to say it's 5 trains at a capacity of 7 MGD each. Something along those lines.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Shelby.
Absolutely.
So this is usually the part of the evening where we invite Chief to come up and regale you with his lovely stories. But,
Lovely?
Chief is a very lovely person. He has lots of lovely things to talk about. But the indication that I've gotten from him, and he's here, so you can hear from him if you choose, is that we don't really have any updates for you. There's not a lot of enforcement happening right now. We're keeping our eyes on things. We've got code enforcement still going out. Officers are still keeping eyes on things, but no new citations to report to you at this moment.
Now, can I, when we move to modified stage 1, I believe that the amount of the fines changed as well. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe they reduced. I don't have the exact number.
So, but our water smart system isn't identifying any unusual water patterns, because unfortunately, I have seen 2 neighbors watering, and I was like, "Hey, we're still on water restriction."
And what did they do when you said that?
Thank you for
They did
getting
not.
in touch with them.
Yeah,
Thank you for educating the public.
yeah. So I'm just, it still may be happening, but hopefully not to the extent where they are getting citations.
They didn't say new phone, who dis?
Yeah.
Well, I will comment. I know that it is authorized under modified stage 1 to inspect and repair the irrigation system. So hopefully that was someone who was.
Oh, I did not realize
Yes.
that.
So if they were
No, I don't-
if they were present and monitoring
I'll assume
it,
that they were doing that.
yes,
They
yes,
were watering their foundation.
or watering the foundation.
'Cause
But
that
yes,
is allowed.
this is an opportune time for people to inspect and repair and ensure that everything is operationally sustainable for when we exit these restrictions.
Yeah, and we are still monitoring the water smart system. We are, like I said, we still do have code enforcement going out. We still do have officers checking, but unless there's something glaring at us, then it's usually just a reminder, that kind of thing. Just
Okay.
reminding people to go check the website, those kind of things.
So is the inspect and repair irrigation, is that information on the website? Because I guess maybe I missed it. This is the first time I'm hearing about this being allowed under modified stage one.
I mean,
So I just want to be very clear before I start telling people.
I'm going to say it was in the ordinance. I've got a screenshot somewhere.
I
can send you the screenshot.
Well, maybe we can just
Yeah,
make sure that
we
it
can-
is on
yeah.
the website, so because most people are not going to read the ordinance.
What?
We make sure that's in the fact moving forward.
As much fun reading as it is.
In one of the FAQs.
Yeah, I think, don't we have a table of allowable uses and disallowed uses out there?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, let's make sure that's clearly stated on the table.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
That's it.
Thank you
That's
for all
everything.
of your hard work during this.
Thank you so much.
time.
We're glad to be getting through it.
Matt, let me just say, you came in and we dropped you in the deep end, and then we took all the water out, and you've done a fabulous job of putting it back in. Thank you.
You know how long he's been having that in his pocket to use?
Oh, yeah. All right, council, that brings us to our consent agenda. There are 3 items on the consent agenda. Do any need to be pulled?
None of them need to be pulled.
Nope.
Let's go.
All right. Krista, would you read the consent agenda?
Please.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, she's got to say it.
It needs to be read first.
Dang it.
5A is ordinance second reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending Chapter 95 Parks and Recreation, Article 3, Protection of Lake Pflugerville of the city's Code of Ordinances to revise regulations applicable to the city's parks, to include Lake Pflugerville containing cumulative and severability clauses and providing other matters relating to the subject. All items on the consent agenda may be acted upon in a single motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
May 26, 2026. I'll remember this day.
Carve that in stone.
All right. That brings us quickly to item 6A, to conduct a second public hearing regarding the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Annual Action Plan for Program Year 2026.
Can I just say, this is my favorite part of the whole year. I love the CDBG grants.
Oh, I was like, me just being here, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Perfect.
No notes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ashley Bailey, Planning and Development Services Director. The item before you tonight is a public hearing. It's for the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program. So this program provides annual grants on a formula basis to entitled communities to develop viable urban communities, benefits primarily low to moderate income persons. We do have 2 block sections in Pflugerville.
And Ashley, to be clear, not every city receives CDBG dollars, and we're one of the few in Travis County that does.
We are one of the few, and we also have a waiver because typically it'd be to 51%, and we are to 43.89%.
We are considered an
And
entitlement community for CDBG. I know others get their money through the county and have to compete for it.
And literally have to put in applications.
It's very good that we have this program and this waiver.
blessed as
Thank
a
you.
community with this program. So we do have to meet a national
Wait,
objective.
did you say we have 2 locations
Yeah,
identified?
we do. We have one on the west side, and then we have one in Gatlinburg, so we have 2 different block grant areas.
Do you have a map, or can you explain a little bit more in detail of where those are located?
One is on the west side,
It's-
but closer to.
You know where the Sonic is?
Yes.
It's down the hill from the Sonic.
Okay.
And in the Gatlinburg area.
Now, is that the entire neighborhood of Gatlinburg?
It is not. That one is going to be a little bit smaller, and it's not as low to moderate income now as the Windermere area is.
Okay.
I think we're kind of hanging by a thread a little bit on these, right?
Yeah, both of those are, they're about to make too much money to be eligible. But right now,
Right now, we are still eligible. So
I was about to say,
It's a good problem
for
to
federal
have.
government purposes, we are eligible for
very
this right
eligible at
now.
this point.
Thank you.
So with that, we do have to meet national objectives that requires the benefits to low to moderate income persons, prevents or eliminates blight, and other urgent community development needs. With that, you can see these are the identified priorities that we had in our 2024 plan. I know what you see in your packet always has a draft across it. I do want to be very clear that that is part of the approved documents that went to HUD. That is part of what was actually attached to the resolution, so we're just trying to maintain consistency. We have reached out to HUD just to see if we could swap the documents out, because I don't like seeing draft on things that have already been approved. But that is why, if there were ever questions, that is why we still use that same document. It's from that original resolution back in 2024.
Are you telling me that sometimes the federal government is inflexible?
Not on record. So the priorities you can see here for the infrastructure and community service, those were both identified as high. We do have medium and low priorities. We can change those if we do see an emerging need with an amendment to that plan, but at this point, these are the priorities that we're sticking with until 2028, when we start to redo the plan for the 2029.
And through the years, those have fluctuated based on input that we receive from the community and from our partners around the region.
100%. We have seen a little bit of fluctuation. On the infrastructure, we typically provide funding for the infrastructure projects that HUD defined for low to moderate block groups. Parkway Drive is our big project. Programs, we also have park and recreation scholarships, and sometimes for the administration, to update the analysis of impediments, which we would have this year, is proposed required notifications and other administrative items. So with this, the construction of Parkway Drive is on our list again. The grant this year is about $350,000 for the 2025 program year. We got just $247,000. So if this is approved through HUD, which we still have to get to that part, you would see then the CIP reduced by that number. So the CIP funding would be reduced potentially by $257,000 or so. Youth and senior scholarships would stay the same as $10,000 as it was in the program year. And then the administration, $65,000 would be set aside, because we do need to do a new impediment study at this time. I do want to point out for youth and senior scholarships, we did have the ability, we were working with a nonprofit Workforce Solutions that was allowing us to provide for transportation, childcare, and then also some of those education programs. We are not working with them at this time, so we're thinking this will mostly be for seniors and youth for those recreation programs at this point.
Okay. Let me ask you, I think we talked about this before, but I want to make sure that I understand this. We would not be able to use the CDBG funds for grants to help people near the poverty line to pay for water bills. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's just not something the program allows.
It is not, but we do have a lot of restrictions on what this money can be used for.
Yeah.
Just looking for a way to help people with the water bills,
And
especially people on fixed income.
I'm sorry, Serena, what were you saying?
Go ahead.
There is a program, and we would love to talk to any customers about it, and it's through Travis County.
Yeah, we've talked about that. I'm just looking for other options. Anything we can do for folks.
Yeah, not this restricted money.
And Serena, assuming that's on our website for people to.
We'll double check, but.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, so next steps for this, we do have a June 1st Planning and Zoning Commission. That's next Monday. We're already to June. June 23rd, we will be back to City Council for approval. July of 2026, we are hoping to submit. Yes.
Are we meeting on
We're
June 23rd?
not meeting on June 23rd.
We will not be meeting on June 23rd.
That's our week off.
Nope.
You are correct. We will be meeting in July for the approval.
Okay.
That still gives us enough time to that August 16th deadline. And we do try to submit early, so if we see any deficiencies, we can hurry up and correct them. Once the August 16th deadline occurs, we usually have a 45-day cure period. They give us about 7 days to fix it.
Could we do it at our first June meeting if the P&Z approves it on June 1st? Our meeting is after June 1st.
June 9th.
June 9th.
Be June 9th. Potentially, I will need to double back with Trista on that, because I believe we still have to have a public hearing, but the June 1st might suffice.
Okay.
But we will.
We'll work
yes,
through that on the schedule. We'll make sure it gets done.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are not in a rush. We'd like to have.
That's what I was going to say. We're not in a rush.
We don't have to have this done until August. We like to have it in early just in case, but we still have time.
All right.
With that, it is still a public hearing.
Okay. This is the second public hearing on our community development block grant program, our annual action plan for year 2026. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on the CDBG program? Seeing
Move
none.
to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thanks for answering my questions.
Yeah. And Ashley, that's another. Yeah, I mean, you guys, and this was originally Emily's baby. y'all have done a really good job through the years working with the needs of the community and trying to get the most efficient use of those funds. So really do appreciate it.
All right, we've got a few more things to power through here quickly. This is our regular agenda, item 7A. Discuss and consider action regarding an ordinance on first reading with the caption read in an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, authorizing the granting of 3 easements on city property for the purpose of providing electric service to the city's Downtown East project, which includes the city's new city hall and the Monarch as generally located at the northwest corner of FM 685 and Pecan Street. Such easement totaling approximately 0.1383 acres, 6,024 square feet, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same. Emily.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is an ordinance request, as Mayor described, for some permanent electric easements on the Downtown East property. It's 3 easements, and that they're generally for transformers to provide permanent power to the facilities in Downtown East, as well as infrastructure along Main Street. And so you can see here the 2 brighter red dots, one on the north side of the rec center, one near City Hall. Those are the transformer locations that come onto the property lines for City Hall and the rec center. And then the kind of L-shaped there that you see just west of the creek is for a power that would get to Main Street. And so we need easements for all 3 of these because we're getting ready to have permanent power within the next week or so. We are requesting that council make this effective upon first reading. Happy to answer any
Council, any
questions you
questions?
might have.
I did have a quick question. Do we anticipate needing additional easements later on through the build-out process, or is this really focused on this first phase?
This is really focused on this first phase.
Okay.
As we develop phase 2, we would address it then.
Got it. Thank you.
And I'm going to be quiet.
Do I have a motion effective on first reading?
Move to approve and make effective on first reading.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
I have all sorts to go.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us quickly to item 7B, discuss and consider action to land a planned unit development rezoning application to be submitted for 1010 Emmanuel Road, consisting of 10.002 acres in accordance with section 4.5.3, subsection B, subsection A of the Unified Development Code. Ashley.
Good evening again. As the title suggests, this is for 1010 Emmanuel. This is on the west side of Emmanuel, just south of, a little bit south of Pecan. You can see here it's outlined in that gold line. If you've been in Pflugerville for a while, you know that this also is partially developed, but it never actually went anywhere. This property was zoned MF10 back in 2000, and a few of the buildings were built, but it wasn't fully built.
And Ashley, to your point, it has stayed in an no, she said this disarray. I was going to say interesting state since that. Yeah.
Let's just
Both
call
are
it
valid.
dilapidated and leave off the
Underdeveloped.
polish.
It is definitely a project that we're looking at. So this is one that we are seeking to have the ability to allow for our applicant to submit for a PUD. So right now, or planned unit development. So right now in the code, PUDs are not allowed for properties that are under 20 acres. As we've said, this is just over 10 acres. So we are not looking to apply different zoning tonight. We are just looking for the ability to grant the applicant the ability to submit for the PUD so we can continue our negotiations so that this could be further built out. We don't believe MF10 would be the appropriate zoning for this because it only allows for 10 units an acre. So to allow a little bit more of the missing middle and really hit on the strategic goals that council has identified, we are looking at a PUD that allows for a little bit more flexibility, but also more specificity in what the development would be required to look like.
So does the applicant own all of these properties?
I will defer to the applicant. This, if they do not, and these are not rentals, then they would have to get the approval of those entities as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Because those properties are in radically different conditions.
Yes, they are.
I guess I need to drive by and see about this.
Yes.
So I had a couple of questions that I submitted earlier. Were the neighbors that were within 500 feet, have they been notified of this upcoming, or of this meeting tonight?
Not as of yet. This is just the ability for the applicant to be able to submit for that zoning. Once they are, if they are able to submit for that zoning, then we would go through
There's
that
another
public
step.
process.
Okay, so at that point in time, they would be notified so that they could provide their input.
100%.
And do we have any idea of whether these units are going to be for sale or for rent? When we
They
talk
could
about the
be-
missing middle?
Absolutely, they could be either. We really can't zone for ownership, but certainly in the look of what we have been, I'll show you. This is not yet approved, just want to put that out there. But just for a concept, you can see that we have quadplexes, we have duplexes, we have townhome duplexes. There are a lot of different housing styles that would be in here, so I would envision that you could probably have some ownership, but also some rental opportunities.
So this was the property that years ago we dealt with because it actually got grandfathered into another ability that was unique in what we were trying to manage. It's probably a nice way for me to put it. And they had some ideas about what they wanted to do. We didn't necessarily agree with that or their interpretation, what they were doing with the applicable law. Oh, you're just going to show it to her?
This is what it looked like at Christmas of last year.
So this is an attempt now to revitalize that specific area that's just been in disrepute for quite a while.
All right, council members, this is a request to allow the applicant to apply for a planned unit development. I know that feels like a long way around. Obviously, there's more to this process. If the applicant was instead to apply for a zoning change, we would require a comprehensive plan amendment before they could apply for a zoning change. But this is a way to allow them to tell us what they're going to do and give us some control over ensuring that it's something we would like to see. Do we have any questions from council?
I think in doing so, that allows for us, we talk about materials and some other unique things that we'd like to see there. That's how we would be able to get through this process, correct?
Planning and development definitely allows us to have a little bit more specificity in what the development will look like.
So in the packet, you had mentioned that an alternative is zoning to multifamily 20, which would be 20 units per acre, which is basically similar to what this plan is, because this is 10 acres and that one was 192 units, so it's about 19.
It is. I think the bigger caveat with that
Yes.
is that MF20 would allow for a traditional garden-style apartment complex, and we're looking at something different because I think that really does hit to that middle, the missing middle, which is part of the council's strategic
Yeah.
goals.
So, but then if I understand correctly, that the MF20 is a longer process and then we would have less specificity over what's happening. So this is preferred for the community as well that is, surrounds this property, that even though this will allow more units than what's currently allowed, it will allow more oversight and making sure that it looks the way we envision, or that they have a plan, and I'm not sure.
Exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
No, you're right. You're right.
Okay,
Yeah,
just want to make
exactly.
sure, because some community members may be concerned about changing the zoning to go from 10 units to something closer to 20, and so we just.
So, and what they're not asking for is to entitle it so we could have a garden-style apartment, because what it's entitled, you can't take that away.
Right.
So we're really looking, that PUD really is that sweet spot for that creativity that they're.
This is going to get us a higher quality product.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and obviously much better than what I'm seeing on those pictures, so.
Yeah.
All right,
Very
so
good.
do I hear a motion?
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I certainly would.
Mayor, I would like to entertain a motion to approve 7B.
Fourth.
Okay.
I've got a motion from Kimberly and a second from Rudy.
I think that was a third from Rudy.
I heard a fourth and a fifth, I think, too. All right, that motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 7C, discuss and consider action to approve the format for a tourism public improvement district petition and service plan. Carla.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Carla Grismolly, your Tourism and Downtown Manager and all things Explore Pflugerville. The item before you tonight is a review of the petition and service plan for the proposed Tourism Public Improvement District, or TPID. Terry and I have worked closely with Harold Hospitality, Texas Hotel and Lodging Association, and our local hotel partners in the development of this plan. I would like to also recognize our hospitality partner who is here tonight, Daniel Spalda from the Courtyard by Marriott. He's our GM there. And at this
Oh,
time, I would
Yeah.
like to
Okay.
introduce Scott Joslove, President and CEO of the Texas and Hotel Lodging Association, who will be presenting for this tonight.
Cool.
Thank you. It's good to be here with you and present on this topic. We've had a wonderful relationship with Pflugerville, your team, on trying to pursue a tourism public improvement district. I'm here to answer any questions you have. The reason we asked that this item be brought to you on format is we want to make sure that you have seen the petition and the service plan so that if you have any questions or concerns, we can hash those out before we start collecting the petitions. Because once we collect the petitions and we present the service plan that's part of the petition, we can't change it after they've signed it. So we want to make sure you see it, it looks okay to you, and then we come back after we've collected the petition, and you'll have the opportunity to have the 2 public hearings on adoption of the district, if that's what you'd like to do, and approval of the service plan and the assessment rate. There were a couple of questions, and I'd be glad to take questions on any aspect of the process or the district. I have been with the Hotel Association for 26 years as their CEO and Senior General Counsel, and we introduced the legislation back in 2011 to allow tourism districts to be formed in Texas, and in 2019 we expanded that to allow every Texas city to do a tourism public improvement district. It started just with Dallas. There were a couple of questions that I had been forwarded in advance. One of them was, will adding the 2% to 2% tax to hotel nights negatively affect tourism to Pflugerville? First of all, I want to make sure we all understand, this does not add a new tax. It adds an assessment. And so it does not affect.
I'm sorry, what's the difference between an assessment?
You're saying this, you gotta be careful about your words in front of this one right here.
Okay.
We got attorneys talking to attorneys.
Well, and I'm trying to be careful on the words because there is not authority for a tourism public improvement district tax. And city councils can only do a tax where it's either authorized in your city charter or under state law. So what cities do have authority under Chapter 372 of the Local Government Code is to do an assessment. So it's the same way as if you do a neighborhood public improvement district, you're not putting a new tax. You're basically doing an assessment against the property, and that is it's a personal liability against each property that's part of the district. And in the case of a tourism public improvement district, the way it works in all 11 cities that have them currently is the hoteliers pass through the cost of that assessment as a fee on each room night.
Oh, so it goes to the end user. Okay.
It looks a lot like a tax. It walks like a tax.
It smells like a duck.
It smells like a tax. But as a lawyer, I want to make sure that I use the right
Exactly, Counselor. Thank you. I appreciate that. So my question is this, is that one of the things that we talk about, which is essential, is that, and one of the reasons why this council went to having favor for PIDs over MUDs was because if you have a PID, you actually know what the assessment and there's a date regarding that specific amount. It ends with that. That's akin to what would happen here too as well. Is that correct?
It is. It's a 10-year term. And at any point, if the hoteliers feel that it's not doing what it needs to do and it's not an appropriate assessment, they can come back to you and say, I'm not getting the value for this. Would you lower the assessment? And you'd have the discretion by majority vote to lower the assessment. Second, they have
Would
the
we have
ability.
discretion to eliminate the assessment altogether?
Yes, you would.
Yes.
We could lower it to 0.
Yeah, we
You
can.
could. You could.
I have a question.
Okay,
So
please.
since the end cost comes to the end user, what does that assessment look like?
What it looks like in all the cities.
I mean,
that
like
have-
how much you think?
Sure. It would be on a $100 room rate. It would be a $2.
Okay, I just wanted you to put that in context for us, what that really looks
When
like.
we did our first district
So let's be
okay,
clear.
please.
It's like when you go to a hotel and you pay for a room, and then all of a sudden you start looking at all the other things that are at the
Right.
bottom, and you're like, okay,
It's gonna add $2.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought this was $50, but all of a sudden it's 75.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, we've all experienced, other industries like car rentals where there's so many, you reserve a car for 2 nights or 2 days, and you feel like you're paying for 4 days.
Right.
Yeah.
But I will tell you that when we did the Tourism Public Improvement District, the first one we did was in Dallas in 2012.
Is it citywide, Dallas, or is it
Yes,
just
it's
downtown?
citywide, all hotels with 100 or more rooms.
Wow.
Okay,
And-
so
and-
your small budget hotels, your Airbnbs, those kind of things are not going to be affected.
They were not affected in that city. In other cities, we have it, like we just did one in New Braunfels, it's any hotel with 5 rooms or more. Some
So that's
cities,
the
some
New
cities are
Braunfels
40
has a lot of
rooms or
small
more. It just-
places.
Every city, we look at what portion of the hotel community would be supportive. And in Dallas, we felt that the 100 and plus was the deal. But we thought we would possibly get complaints from consumers, from meeting planners, event planners, or legislators. We didn't get a single complaint. And the
Silence.
reason is, 26 years on board, I get lots of complaints about resort fees, state cost recovery
Yeah.
fees, because people feel like they didn't sign up to do the resort amenities, so why should they pay for it? Or state costs, why are we paying for your other taxes and fees? But for a tourism district, they've seen them in other states all throughout the country. And also they understand it's being used to promote marketing and incentives to bring their event and to bring tourists to that area. So it makes
So
sense.
it's a local impact.
It's a local impact, and it's a very minimal amount, and they understand that we don't have tourism districts that are formed unless the hoteliers say, we're willing to self-assess and collect from our own customers in order to fund this initiative.
Could you maybe speak to the city's role in administering the PID as well as
Absolutely.
ongoing support of the programs that may come out of it?
Absolutely. The way it works with cities is that we would have a contract that we'd work out with your city staff and city law department, and we have samples of what we've done in all the other 11 districts. And it basically, the contract says the city will collect the assessment from the hoteliers along with the hotel tax. So if you're paying your $7 in municipal hotel tax, you'll pay your 2% TPID fee and as a hotel guest, and that'll be remitted by the hotel along with the hotel tax. And on that $2 TPID fee, you'll get a little bit more hotel tax because that's subject to hotel tax as well. So they will calculate that, they will forward that, and through however you do your hotel tax collections, as part of their regular remittances on either a monthly or quarterly basis, depending on when you do the collections. And then any administrative costs you have for adjusting your software or collecting it or remitting it or auditing it is all reimbursed by the TPID. So that would be under our administrative costs. So there is absolutely no cost to the city. Or if you find there's an unexpected cost, we would just adjust the service plan to take care of that cost and include it within the admin category. So your role as a city is, one, you're collecting it along with the hotel tax, and then every year we come back to you with an updated service plan that says we said we were going to get 100,000 this year. We're actually anticipating we're going to get 120,000, and therefore we're going to be spending the 120,000 in these categories based on the service plan that you approve. So every year there's an update to the service plan, and then when you're under the contract we typically execute with the city, we do quarterly financials, we do monthly financials, we do an annual audit, we report on our progress on what we're doing, so that you are fully in the know as much as you'd like to be, and we can amend that contract based on what methodology is best for all of you.
What company are you with again?
I'm sorry?
What company are you with again?
I'm with a nonprofit state association.
He's with the
Texas
association
Hotel and Lodging
Okay, are we
Association.
paying you to do this?
No, you are not paying me to, but you should be. You don't know the work. No. We already, what we have
It
with
benefits him.
with each of the tourism public improvement districts, we just ask that the hotels that be represented is part of our association and on our websites for marketing. And that's what all the districts have done, but there's no, for my time or me personally, there's no remuneration.
But ultimately, realistically speaking, having more of these districts does behoove your entity and what they're doing and what their actual mission is with that, because you want to have more of that, because that helps, from
it helps his members.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, which is exactly what you should be doing.
Exactly,
So, yeah.
and honestly, in the 26 years I've represented the hotel industry, and before I represented hotels, I represented cities. I was the lead attorney of the Texas Municipal League. My master's is in city management, and I have a law degree. And honestly, in the city world, this is the best economic development incentive I have ever seen for lodging and tourism. It has, the ROI has been through the roof. We haven't seen a Convention and Visitors Bureau in the state that's been able to meet the ROI of the districts that we've been establishing. And I think the secret sauce for that is we do a board that is solely, the voting members of that board are solely the hoteliers that are contributing to the district. And there's no pressure to spend all the money in the year. We wait for the right ROI. Typically it's 7-to-1 or 10-to-1, $10 or $7 in room nights for every dollar in incentive. So they wait for the right project. They know when their shoulder season is. They know when their slow season is. They know what marketing has not worked. So they are getting results of that are well even beyond the minimum ROIs they set to even consider it. And it's they've been phenomenal.
So just let me understand. So tonight we're looking at the format of a petition.
Yes.
After we approve the petition and the service plan, we kind of sign off on it. You go get signatures from the hoteliers.
Yes.
And then you come back for a couple public hearings.
Yes.
And we adopt the service plan and the assessment.
100%. There's also a notice where the city will, statute provides a written mail notice to each of the hotels that are proposed to be within the district. And there's a
Assumably they autograph the petition, so they already know, but we'll notify
They
them.
will. It's just a formal
Gotcha.
requirement.
All right, Council, do we have any other questions about this this process?
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
So what you said piqued my interest. Is there any data on the percentage of increase in hotel tax once an area has implemented this strategy?
The increase in hotel, well, you're automatically given the increase on the PID fee. So whatever you're collecting, you can look at 7% of that, 2% assessment, and you're going to get the hotel tax on all that. So that's a guarantee. As far as increases in your revenue, if we're getting a 7-to-1 return for every dollar we spend on incentives, and we don't do a project until we are, can contract for that type of ROI, you should be getting a very large return in hotel tax. A lot of it will depend on which events come in and what marketing initiatives are being done, and it takes a little bit of time to ramp up. I can tell you this: you won't be losing revenue.
Right.
And it's to me it's the best. These are tough times right now. I'm sad to say for the lodging and tourism industry because we're seeing a drop in international travel, we're seeing a drop in group business. We're seeing leisure travel with the gas prices being more problematic. So we're having to market harder, we're having to attract more, but in Texas we're doing it. And this is kind of your insurance marker to say we're going to do everything we can to help weather that storm and to be ready to, keep our market share and be competitive for all the group business that we can, all the leisure business that we can. So
what I heard is the purpose of this program is to increase room nights, and increase room nights means more hotel tax revenue for the city.
It does. It also means, believe it or not, you may not be. It also means more property tax because hotels are valued not by the brick and mortar, cost of putting them together. They're
based
valued on the
revenue.
income approach.
Yep.
So every time we have more income, from this type of district, it is the multiplier of if you had $1 million in impact last year, if you have a 1.2 million, they use the multiplier by 1.2 million instead of $1 million to determine what your property valuation is.
And of course, increasing room
Sales
nights,
tax.
increasing events is going to increase other incidental spending. Melody, you said you had two questions. What's the other one?
Yes, and the service plan. There was reference to a board, but I didn't see any details about how the board is selected or any regulations about who decides on
That's
that.
kind of the secret sauce of the district, and I don't mean that we keep it secret. I'm going to tell you what it is, but it's the strategy that's been so effective. Is the hotel industry basically the only voting members of the board of directors of this nonprofit corporation are hoteliers that are contributing to the district. So it's similar to a lot of times in a neighborhood district. You'll have the neighborhood people who have the properties that are paying the assessments.
That is
So these
interesting.
owners are on the board, or it could be a GM, it could be a hotel owner, And it's somewhat of a self-nomination process. We work with the city and say, who have been your more active hoteliers? I think in the case of Pflugerville, there's such a small number of hotels, we're looking at providing a board seat to each of the hotels.
6.
Yes.
7.
6, 7.
1, 2.
Oh my
3, 4,
gosh.
5.
Did you hear that? Did you just hear what she did?
I heard that. All right. I'm sorry, Melody. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and then I just had a question for staff. Do we have the tools or the software needed to implement this program?
Is there software tools necessary?
Well, I don't know,
to implement
because
the
he said that there was.
We're gonna collect some money.
Could I give a brief comment on that? The good news is that it's not the first district, it'll be the 12th district that's been established. So we, regardless who you're working with, they have probably worked in either the entity or the city can copy what we've done in other cities. We've done it, we just did a new district in New Braunfels, we opened up one in Addison recently, we've done in Frisco, Denton, Waco, Corpus Christi, Dallas, San Antonio, Fort Worth.
And I believe I heard that
Houston?
any administrative cost would be reimbursed
Really?
by the
It's the only major
district.
city we
I
have
just
left.
wanted to make sure that we
I'm
were.
sorry?
Any
prepared.
administrative cost would be reimbursed by the
Would be
district.
completely reimbursed, and
So
if
we-
that evolves, yes, it's our first job is to make the city whole.
And let's be clear. I just want to be clear because they asked a question about. You said who goes on the board. Do we have any ability to effectuate and ask and put anybody on the board?
We put 2 ex officio seats on the board, one from the city manager's office, one for your tourism and is it tourism and marketing manager? Okay, and so there'll be 2 ex officio city representatives, and then we'll be coming before you every year for an update on the service plan. So there'll be a lot of engagement and partnership. And the reality is, every year we can't operate until you approve that service plan. So if there's any sort of lack of notice or lack of courtesies or information, don't approve the service plan till we have all our ducks in
So
a
that's
row.
where the citizen oversight comes from because it's through the elected officials to approve that service plan for the applicable year.
Yes, absolutely.
One question on the petition: is there anything in the petition that you have in here now that wasn't in the previous petitions, or anything that we should have added? Did you see this?
Well, I wrote it, so I think
He's like, it's perfect.
I think it's perfection. But
Does council have anything to add or take away from the petition?
I will point out
Mention a
for
motion there?
the benefit of the council members who may not have read every word. This one operates a little smaller than Dallas. It's 70 rooms or more.
Okay.
But it's not like we have a problem with hotels in Pflugerville that are 71 or 69 rooms.
Right.
I think that is written so that it'll include all of the hotels that are currently operating in the city. Okay.
All
I
right.
thought it counted.
But it
what it
won't-
wouldn't include would
Motion
be like
approved.
Airbnb,
Right.
7C
rentals
is
or things
presented.
like that.
All right. I've got a motion to approve. I've got a second from
Oh.
Caesar. Motion from Rudy, second from Caesar.
Thank you very much, Counselor.
You're welcome.
Very thorough.
I tried.
You like that dog? That's like.
Oh,
She's in the restroom.
I've got one absent.
Yeah.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
We'll look forward
You're
to working
upset.
with you.
All right.
So much.
I estimated I'd get to this by 8 o'clock. Apologies for the delay, folks. I know there are a lot of people in the audience wanting to hear and speak on this item. This is item 7D, to discuss and consider action to approve a resolution approving the historic colored addition beautification plan. I believe we've got Brianna, who's going to present on this item. And I believe this was presented and approved by the Equity Commission prior to us seeing it. Is that accurate?
Yes, apologies.
All right.
I was letting our chair know that we were moving on to this item. So, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'm Brianna Miller, Director of Management Services, and I am incredibly excited to present this item tonight. As a local government nerd, this item is exactly up my alley and why I love local government so much. So, tonight before you is the Historic Colored Addition Beautification Plan. We're going to talk a little bit about the past and history, so that we know why we're here today and where we are moving forward. And then at the end of our presentation, you'll hear some words from Clarissa, who's the chair of the Equity Advisory Board. So, some background. The image you see on here is the original plat of the colored edition of Pflugerville. It was established in 1910 after black workers were prohibited from living within Pflugerville town limits. Local farmer LaRue Noten sold 1 acre lots for about $50 each, forming Pflugerville's colored edition. There were a lot of key founding families, and I don't have the entire list in front of me, but there were many founding families and many founding family descendants that you may hear from this evening as well. These families helped build key community institutions, including, and needs to be an edit to the slide, I apologize, St. Mary Missionary Baptist Church and St. Matthew Missionary Baptist Church, a cemetery, elementary school, which operated until 1965, which is the same year that the city was incorporated as a city, and the same year that it operated until desegregation. In 2019, the city conducted a infrastructure and land use study for the historic colored edition subdivision. During this land use study, there was an incredible amount of community engagement that they worked with the local church, the community, and the founding families to get feedback as they worked through the infrastructure and land use study. That study identified infrastructure improvements and next steps. But during that study, we also heard a lot from the community about not changing the name. That was incredibly big in the history. I also want to note some history I found as I was preparing, which many may know this, but in 1978, Travis County attempted to rename the subdivision. And
we know.
that, as
I
you
didn't
can
know
tell,
that.
did
No.
not
You know
pass,
that? Oh, it
and the
was-
original name was preserved.
78.
Yeah, it
huh?
was-
Okay.
Yeah.
Western edition, I think.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yes, Western
Yeah,
edition.
it-
Yes.
We have a page on our website, and then there's also the Texas State Historical Association
Yeah, I was gonna
that I
say,
read.
Judge Bennett, whenever this got brought up in 2019, Judge Bennett explicitly brought, that's what was the concern, because he had fought it back then, and then it got brought back up again.
So in 2019, we heard that loud and clear. On this deed, you'll see that the original deed for the streets were Taylor Avenue, Lincoln Avenue, and Grant Avenue. And I'll touch on that a little bit. But you'll also see that there was 1st and 2nd Street. In 2007, 1st and 2nd Street was renamed to Russell and Caldwell Street after founding families. This was due to some 911 issues, as there was also a 1st and 2nd Street in downtown Pflugerville. Following that 2019 infrastructure land use study, the city kicked off with infrastructure improvements, and since 2020, you have seen several items before you to improve, whether it's contracts for design, construction, land acquisition, and so forth. Construction is currently ongoing and expected to be completed in 2027. So here, on the left-hand side, you'll see a map. That map I did my best to label. Is West Pecan, then you'll see Taylor Street, Lincoln, Caldwell, and Russell. At the very top, not labeled, is Grant Avenue. That street originally, while it was in the deed, wasn't actually constructed, and so part of the construction happening now is to construct that street. The two images you see on the right were taken on May 11th, and that is the active construction ongoing today, and you'll be able to see kind of where the fencing is, some right-of-way limitations, and I'll touch on that in a little bit. So, this construction is expected to complete in 2027, and you'll see street improvements, drainage improvements, utility infrastructure improvements, and sidewalks. So these sidewalks will be narrow. So,
When
the
you say narrow,
I apologize.
when you say narrow, what's the width? Oh, okay. I just thought maybe-
apologize. I do not know that. I know it meets ADA compliance, but I don't know the exact.
Okay.
So part of
This
the
is like maybe a regular, what we think of as regular sidewalk versus like the 10-foot trail sidewalk.
So part of the reason why through the years we knew we had to do a different ordinance for the specific area was because if we were going to have it with the specific modification we have everywhere else,
too much into
exactly,
the property.
exactly.
Like, yeah, remember, I think we had talked about doing one-way streets at one point to make sure we had enough room, and we figured it out.
Sorry. Okay. So I'll move forward to the Historic Color Addition Beautification Plan. Part of the feedback that we heard back in 2019 was about preserving the history of Pflugerville. I actually went back today and read some of the notes to kind of see what was said back then. And a lot of it was preserving the history, preserving the name, keeping the feel, and letting people know that this is a part of Pflugerville's history. This is Pflugerville's history, and making sure that that is known and not lost. And so the beautification plan takes in a lot of those components. This council, you heard a proposal from the community. You asked that the Equity Advisory Board hear that proposal. We took that feedback and developed it into this beautification plan. It incorporates much of what was asked, if not all. But what this plan does is breaks it into phases. If I go back for a quick second, as you can see, we can't do much right now because a lot is happening. There's a lot of construction happening. And so this plan will allow us to prepare for when that construction is complete to then be able to hit the ground running. So it's broken down into 3 phases. At a high level, phase 1 talks about listening sessions and oral history, signage location analysis, public art location analysis, light pole banners, and historic designations. I want to make clear that within this plan, each of the tasks under each phase, they're not mutually exclusive. So it's not like we're going to wait for task 1 before we move on to task 2, before we move on to task 3. We will try to do all of this as simultaneously as possible. The Equity Advisory Board is involved in every single phase, and much of their work will be, 1, ensuring that we are moving forward and making progress on this plan, 2, that we are collecting and listening to the community. So you'll see in the plan that it talks about listening to the community. There's not specific hows, right? I don't have in the plan, we're going to meet 5 times a week on Wednesdays at 2:30, whatever, right? The Equity Advisory Board is going to meet their next steps, if this plan is approved tonight, to identify the best ways to engage with the stakeholders, including the church, including the founding families, including the community, to make sure that all voices are heard and incorporated. So that's task 1, listening sessions and oral histories to collect that history. While we have, and our team loves it, the Pflugerville Public Library's Digital History Project, they're incredibly excited about this because they always want to add information to that. And so as the Equity Advisory Board collects that information, we'll make sure that we include it and archive it so that it's available and kept. Task 2 is signage location analysis, and I'm also going to talk about task 3 at the same time, which is public art location analysis. I mentioned right-of-way challenges. There's very limited right-of-way. We also have to ensure that we adhere to ADA standards. So this analysis, both of signage location and public art, is really us identifying right-of-way. What's there, what we can use, what can go there, just fully understanding and building the foundation as we move forward. Of course, we will report all of our findings to the Equity Advisory Board for their review and consideration as well. Task 4 is light pole banner. So this task, essentially once the lights are installed, we will add banners to start that wayfinding process, to hopefully just begin to identify this area and bring a brand, not like a brand, but identity to the area.
I have a question on that. Is this going to be light poles around the city, or are you just talking about in the area?
Just this specific area. For these banners, we have light pole banners in downtown and our medians, but for specifically the Historic Color Edition, light pole banners that identify that as the historic.
Just like
and who would be in charge of the programming on that? And by that I mean I see other banners in different cities where they're recognizing the individual, I'm going to say veterans or the fallen warriors coming off of Memorial Day. That's fresh in my mind, right? I would imagine, would we have banners that reflected historic individuals, prominent individuals from the area, and would we be prominently displaying them on the light pole banners? And if so, who would be curating that?
Yeah, eventually, right? So
we'll build up to that. Okay.
Phase 1 is just Historic Color Edition, really pretty verbiage to identify.
Okay.
But as the Equity Advisory Board works with the community to collect these stories, you'll see in Phase 2, that's where we'll really work through the signage and
that's the stories.
Okay. Yes.
Get those integrated on that.
Yeah.
We'll have the banner hardware installed. We'll have generic banners at the beginning.
Yes.
We'll be able to build out new ones over time. Perfect.
Yes,
that sounds
absolutely.
amazing.
And it's not too dissimilar from what we do. Downtown East has its own signage too as well. Yeah.
And then historic designations. That is, we'll work to identify the best historic designations we can for this area. It was in 2019 heard that they wanted a historic designation for the historic color edition. Some challenges with that I'll bring up again is right of way. Wherever you put a historic designation, you need permission from the property owner to place that. And I'll touch on that a little bit on phase 2. Within phase 1, you'll see, and with all 3 phases, there are estimated costs. These estimated costs will be brought to you in the appropriate budget year. So as we knock off the tasks and we have actual real numbers, accurate numbers, we'll bring that forward in our budget requests to then fund that specific piece of the project. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I skipped. Okay, phase 2 is storytelling, design, and artist selection. So task 1 is identifying those stories to share. So the Equity Advisory Board, after collecting all the stories and working with the community, will really then be able to, and how they do that, we'll get into the nitty gritty and figure it out as we go. But they'll identify what should the signage be about, what should the art be about, who should we really focus on, or the themes we should focus on, items like that. And then we'll start working on public art themes and finalizing and identifying public art locations, design, and approval. So those are probably going to be your 1, 2, 3 steps, not simultaneously. But what you'll see is public art locations. Within the plan, we have we talked about this through with the Equity Advisory Board that city-owned property will be prioritized for any public art or signage. That is to take in consideration the possible bond election of included in the parks package, Reunion Park, to acquire land within the historic colored edition with feedback and community engagement, of course, on the best way to do that to create Reunion Park. This plan before you was created with in mind whether that bond passes or does not pass. So whether it passes or does not, we can still move forward. This plan does not hinge on that specifically.
That's key. Thank you.
So just to clarify, the public art is contemplated as being across the city on city-owned property?
Just for the historic colored edition, within the historic colored edition.
Oh, I thought you said
this.
city-owned property.
It'll be, so the idea is we will prioritize putting that art on city-owned property within the historic colored edition.
Okay, so I'm not
Right now, there's only right of way.
Right now, there's only right of way.
Okay,
So should the bond pass to
question.
acquire land for Union Park, we would then prioritize Reunion Park for those
So
locations.
public art would go on Reunion Park. If that were not to happen, then, as you said, prioritize city-owned property, but we could engage with private individuals to place public art in the district.
So that means that no matter whatever happens in there, it will have the community input and support from the folks who are the stakeholders within that area.
The example I thought of as I was going through the plan too was the city acquired the rights to the mural behind West Pecan, right? As an example of public art that was
Public art can go on private
contract
property.
that we made.
Great point. That's a good point.
So as we work through the public art themes and engagement.
Brianna, can I ask a question? With that example, can any funding from what we have for arts grants be used specifically in that area as a part of this phase for the art?
Like our hotel occupancy tax?
Yeah.
Like how we've been building.
We use
hotel. We can use hot tax.
Not a grant. That is hotel occupancy tax.
Yeah. So,
but it can be used for public art.
we can use hot. Yeah.
Our intention is to do so.
Yeah. Exactly. So just to be clear for everybody to hear what
we have
everyone said.
flexible funding sources for public art.
So.
Apologies. As we go through public art, the Equity Advisory Board will work on selecting a unifying theme for the artwork that reflects heritage, resilience, and identity of the historic colored edition. And they will work with the community to do so as we continue. We really want to emphasize that the Equity Advisory Board, not just on a staff side, but on their side, heavily emphasize communication with stakeholders and engaging with the community throughout this entire process. Some of this contemplates possible use of consultants as needed, but it's not, but the
phase one analysis that we have to do is really going to inform us on how we approach phase two. And then phase three is the exciting phase. It's the implementation phase of all of the work that's been done. And that will be signage, fabrication, and installation. We are including the historic color edition within the citywide wayfinding program that's actively being worked on. But then also ensuring that we have interpretive signage and community validated narratives that are developed in phase two. From there, the Equity Advisory Board will help us create that art, not physically create it, but work through with the artists to design and then fabricate and install the art. All art installations will also comply with ADA standards as required. And then we'll work through maintenance and continuing those stories after. And so all of these phases will culminate into his beautification efforts within the historic colored edition. The Equity Advisory Board is excited about this, but you don't need to hear that from me. I'm going to introduce Chloe, who's the Equity Advisory Board Chair, to speak on the Equity Advisory Board's efforts.
Good evening. Thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see everybody. I normally just kind of shoot from the dome, but this is important, so I actually prepared something. So I want to acknowledge the importance of the work ahead regarding this restoration and beautification project for Pflugerville's Colored District. Not only is this Black history, this is Pflugerville history, this is Texas history, it is our shared history as a community. I want to state that the Equity Advisory Board recognizes its significance of ensuring that this work is approached with care, transparency, and meaningful collaboration with its descendants, residents, historians, and community stakeholders. Preservation is not only about protecting physical spaces, it is about also honoring the stories, experiences, and the legacy of those who helped shape this city. As chair, I want to state clearly on the record that this effort will remain a priority area for the board. We are committed to engaging the community, building relationships with the stakeholders, and supporting processes that center the voices of those most connected to this history. Nothing about us without us. We look forward to working alongside you as the City Council, community members, and descendants to help ensure that this history is preserved, respected, and carried forward for future generations. Are there any other questions,
Very, very
concerns?
powerful. Any questions, Council?
No, I'm
All
very
right.
excited about this.
I'm very excited about this. This is the work.
Yeah.
Rudy, this is the work we wanted.
I know. I know.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Seems slow, but we're getting there. All right.
Yes, my last slide is that staff recommends approval of the historic color edition beautification plan. The Equity Advisory Board unanimously approved the plan. It also supports the residential no development goals of the city's 2026 to 2030 strategic action plan.
All right.
I did have a question. Do you have any sort of proposed timeline? I know some of the things can't start until after the construction is done next year, but are we looking at like 1 year, 2 years? Is there any?
We estimate, and I'm also going to preface, it does also depend on Reunion Park, but estimate between 3 to 5 years to completion. So, but as soon as this next steps would be that this council approves this plan, the Equity Advisory Board meets next month, and they're going to kick off talking about how they're going to start creating those stories. The same question kind of got asked at the Equity Advisory Board, and I messed up my time because I thought we were in September already. But when you look at it at a budget year, while we'll start the work now, you'll see more progress in the fiscal year 2027.
And let's be clear, Brian, at least from my standpoint, and I don't know how everybody else feels about this, is that the city portion to that, we're looking at that timeline. But my opinion is that if we want to do this right and correctly, we've got to get partnership. I said it before, with the school district. Because as you've mentioned numerous times, is that we're going to be limited regarding the finite amount of land that we can use in that specific area. There's a whole swath of land behind those two cemeteries right now that they are no longer utilizing to go ahead and have teacher housing, workforce housing right there as well. And so if we want to make a true corridor and we want to make something that, is truly emblematic of what we want to do here, again, the city has shown up. And I feel like we show up often on these things right there. I would hope our partners at the school board would do the same for the community.
So have we approached them? What's the next steps on that?
Let's get this first.
Maybe Doug should add that to our agenda.
Indeed, I should.
I
called him out.
I want to talk just for a second about the cost. So obviously, a lot of what we're doing in the historic colored edition now is all stuff that was approved in the 2020 bond. And that was the 2020 as part of the 2020 transportation bond, correct?
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm seeing.
So, where's the funding on the rest of this coming from? Are we looking at making that part of the 2026 Parks bond, or is this something that's going to come out of the Parks and Recreation Department, or how are we going to how is this going to be funded?
Contemplating hotel occupancy tax, the public art program. That's where we fund our public art. So
Right.
that is where we would look to fund these projects.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, I do have several folks signed up wishing to speak on this item. I will call you forward. I also have a stack that was handed to me of people who did not wish to speak, but wish to be read into the record. I don't know that those are all accurately marked, so I'm going to go through these first. I'm then going to call out those names, and if you've changed your name or changed your mind about wishing to speak, I'll ask you to line up so that we can have the others speak. But I'm going to call these four first. Mimi Stiles, come on forward.
Got a hand clap.
Oh, and I should mention you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, be quick. So Mayor and members of the Pflugerville City Council, good evening. My name is Mimi Stiles, and I've lived in Pflugerville for over 11 years now. And I'm here tonight with many of the families and neighbors that you see wearing red or green or black or purple around the room. We are asking you all to vote yes on the Historic Colored Edition Beautification Plan. Many of you heard us coming before you saw us walking in. And I want to be very clear with you is that what you heard was black joy. It was not of oppression or anything like that. It was what you heard was our hope. You heard our resilience, and you heard our courage to stand together in a world that is actually telling us every day that we do not matter. In that same world sits this council, and in that same world sits this mayor, who I have worked alongside with in the cemetery. In that same world sits this city manager, who I've sat with and talked with and prayed with, saying that you do matter. And I'm also thankful for St. Mary Missionary Baptist Church. And every one of the parishioners there, and from the top ladies of distinction, for my husband's organization, the Giving Rose Foundation, who, if no one knows, he actually pays people that are unhoused to go to that cemetery and clean it up, and he teaches them how to preserve the land, and gives them money when they're done. That's the way that we've been maintaining it. That's what you see. That's what resilience is. And we stand here in alignment today. Descendants, long-term residents, new neighbors, and faith leaders. Tonight you have a chance to pass this beautification plan that was not top down, but actually really from grassroots. It was a grassroots effort. A yes vote tonight really does mean that our children and our children's children will grow up knowing the names of the families who helped to make Pflugerville possible. A no vote or a delay really sends a different message. And so this plan has been really thought out, and in a way where we wanted to make sure that it did not just come from one person, but instead it came from the dreams of so many folks that you have in this room today. So on behalf of the founding families, the descendants, on behalf of my veteran hero husband who's back there right now, and every neighbor that's standing with us today, we ask you to please vote yes on this historic colored edition beautification plan. And thank you for your time and for your service.
Incredibly well timed.
I'm impressed she's under 3 minutes.
I used to be a news anchor, and so 3 minutes was a package.
She knows her time. All right. Thank you, Mimi. I also have, this is Jenna, is it Ballweg?
Hi there, my name's Jenna. I am a professional cemetery conservator. I serve the Austin, Pflugerville, Round Rock areas. I've done extensive research on this community and on St. Mary's Cemetery as well. There are 2 cemeteries there, the Santa Maria Cemetery and St. Mary's Cemetery. I really loved your comment about the area behind the cemeteries. There's a lot of records, well, I wouldn't say records, but there's a lot of rumors and records of those rumors about that area potentially being a burial ground for Indigenous folks as well. Something that I have not yet seen in this plan is talks of surveys, historical research, and then potentially ground penetrating radar surveys for that area. I do think it's a great spot for a lot of public art, but I do also think that there's a lot of preservation and research that needs to happen in that area as well. In my time in the cemetery, I've found things that were not previously recorded. I found a lot of markers using metal detectors to be able to find the names of the people buried there. For the marbles, those have been there, the marble slabs that are blank. I've been able to identify 12 to 15 of those, who those people are. So the cemetery history is only part of the rich history of that area, but it is extremely important. It is one of the lasting places where these people have been laid to rest, and you can see the love and the care for the people put into it over the years, the family members, and it's really special to me as I'm a Pflugerville resident. I recently moved here in October, bought my first house from Manchac, Texas. So I'm in the area now, and I've been deep diving on the history here, and I did actually want to bring up the Feimster family as well. Most people don't know that there's actually another historic black cemetery in Pflugerville, and that's next to the Texaco on Meister Lane, New Meister Lane, and Heatherwild. There is actually a cemetery there, and I do think that it's important to include a survey for that area as well, as I believe there's more than one burial recorded there. I can tell you more about that, but I will not go too off the topic there. But they were believed to be the first free black family to have settled in Pflugerville, the Feimsters, John and Queen Esther Feimster. So I wanted to bring attention to that as well. I mainly wanted to talk about the idea of the cemetery surveys that could be done. So I don't have a whole lot to add, but besides the fact that Pflugerville's black history is, as you said, Texas history. It's Pflugerville's history. It is so much of what I found in my research I found that it could not have been possible to make this city what it is without the contributions of Black Americans here. So that's all I wanted to say.
Mayor,
thank you, Jenna.
When is our joint meeting with the school board?
The 8th.
The 8th?
Yeah.
Just remember, June 8th is our joint meeting with the school board.
That's a public meeting open to the public, isn't
It absolutely is.
Public
can come
meetings
to that
usually
meeting?
are open to the public, and the public is welcome to attend and comment at that time as well. Our next individual who's signed up to speak is Lily Milanix. You get close.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Pastor Colson, my fellow worshipers, the Chair of the Equity Advisory Committee, or should I say Board, and her members, and of course the community members. My name is Lily Milliner. I'm a member of St. Mary's Missionary Baptist Church, and I lead the career and education ministry there. Tonight I stand before you with both humility and conviction in support of the historic colored addition beautification plan. For many people, this may look like a resolution, but for us, this is a legacy work. This is sacred work. The historic colored addition represents generations of African Americans, Native Americans, Latin Americans, families who built their lives, homes, churches, businesses, and communities during times when opportunities were limited and dignity was often denied. Yet through faith, perseverance, and God's grace, this community endured. As a ministry leader, I believe there are moments when we are called not only to develop the land, but to protect the legacy, not only to plan for growth, but to honor those who came before us. Scripture reminds us in Proverbs 22:28, do not remove the ancient landmarks which your fathers have set. Tonight, we're asking the council to help preserve those landmarks. The stories, the names, the sacred spaces, the history connected to the historic colored addition of and St. Mary's Missionary Baptist Church. This resolution is important because history is shaped by identity. When our children can see the community honored instead of erased, they gain pride, belonging, and hope for their future. Preservation becomes education, preservation becomes healing, and preservation becomes unity. I also respectfully ask the city to ensure protection of our sacred burial grounds connected to the colored addition cemeteries, including any possible unmarked graves outside the existing fence lines. Every resting place deserves dignity, care, and reverence. I truly believe this is an opportunity for Pflugerville to demonstrate moral leadership, to show that progress and preservation can walk together hand in hand. My prayer is that years from now, future generations will look back and say, this council chose courage, compassion, and most of all, truth. That you choose to honor a community whose contributions helped shape this city. Tonight, I respectfully ask to vote yes in support of this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Milner. I have a request to speak from Ms. Monique Robertson. Monique.
Good evening,
I would
Mayor.
not have seen you behind that podium.
I know. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's kind of emotional for me that I come and speak before you today because this amazing proposed project comes against a backdrop of a time when, at least in my estimation, some civil rights and things are being rolled back.
Absolutely.
So I'm so proud to see this and so excited. I want to thank the council for considering this plan, but I also want to make sure that I express my appreciation for the hearts and minds of those behind the scenes that came up with this very comprehensive plan. In a time such as this project is especially significant. It exemplifies the reputation of Pflugerville as an inclusive city. It is walking the walk. The project exemplifies the courage to push back against federal and state policies designed to silence the voices of people of color.
Amen. Amen.
And lastly, This project exemplifies the importance of celebrating history, not erasing it. In closing, I stand in strong support of this plan, this incredible plan, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I do have a stack of papers for people who do not wish to speak but wish to have their opinion registered. Do I have is this a speaker? No. Okay. In this, if for some reason you've changed your mind or if I've got you in the wrong stack, I would ask you to form a line over here so we can call you up. But I will list these into the public record. I'm going to get my glasses. All right. Not wishing to speak, but in support, Charnitza Grayson. I have Erica Knox. Catherine Lewis.
Trista.
I have Gwen Terry. Nadine McElroy. Cynthia Harden. Karen Moore. Benita Eschels. Charles Bonner. Eloise Bonner. Nicole Ege. I believe this is Angela Grandico. Sandra Belfield. Urcha Dunbar Crespo.
Who's that?
William Salas Jr. Davis Jr. William Davis Jr. There we go. Pastor Richard Coaxum. Ruthie Coaxum. Tony Hanson. Sherry Marshall. Christine Robinson.
I'm going to stand up.
Okay. There she is. Marshall McDade Jr. Brian Dixon. Maria DeJesus Dixon. Edward Elliott. Patricia Dixon Lockett. Lloyd Bobb. Tony C. Henton. Here I have Cynthia Priest. You didn't mark support or oppose. I'm going to assume support. All right. I have Lanissa Sims. I didn't see either marked, support or oppose. And then I have an Arlene Robinson who marked opposition. I see I've got a line of folks. I see Craig up front. Craig, I did see you signed up for item 7F. Are you wishing to speak on item 7D as well?
Yes, please.
All right. Craig, go ahead and come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Weiss, council members, city manager, Ms. Braylon, and of course the awesome Trista and Mike. Awesome. I won't talk about. I'm Craig Reinke. I am the secretary of a nonprofit organization called Strong Towns Pflugerville. I'm going to talk about the next thing some more, but I just want to address like how much my heart goes out and how much I am just so overjoyed with the outpouring of the community support for this, and I just cannot say enough about it. And I had some thoughts coming into it. I love there was phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I see a phase 4. Where it's not just a place to go to, a place to be. I want it to be an active place. I mean, we have our festivals and all kinds of things. I would love to be able to see something like that. And the previous speaker would happen to be talking about hotels and stuff, and it would be great to be able to pull some more people. I think it would be fantastic to be able to have some kind of hotels there, or be able to pull in. Because I think it needs to be something that needs to be active from the community, and I think it'd be great to have to be a destination for that. And I love the connection with the city, where it's at. I'm learning so much about it. I've been trying to watch all the city meetings, trying to lead up, and I have seen this developing. I haven't been able to catch all of it, but I'm just really impressed with it. And as far as being a place to be, I also want it to be a place for us. Of course, strong towns. I can't help but mention I would love to make sure there's more development of the trails to get there, so that the community can be even more proud of it, so that everyone close by can even make it to that location. Yeah, because going through Grosbeek Trail through that backside, developing the trails through there. But yeah, I just want to support them so much. I love all the stuff that's going on, and yeah, I just lots of support for them.
Thank you, Craig. All right.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I am Sherry Marshall, and I am the president of Top Ladies of Distinction. In Top Ladies of Distinction, we have a thrust called beautification. My beautification chair is here, Nicole. Pronounce your last name again. And anyway, we have spent years working in that cemetery. We've gone over there, we mowed grass, we pulled weeds, and I am definitely in support of the historical colored addition to the cemetery. As Top Ladies of Distinction, we support the perseverance and recognition of the Black historical section in Pflugerville, because Black history is American history and deserves to be protected, celebrated, and shared with future generations. The historic colored edition, also known as the African American Corner, represents the rich legacy, resilience, and sacrifice and contributions of the American families who helped build the Pflugerville community despite the segregation and discrimination. The historic community, established in 1910, as we talked about, for African American workers and families, is a vital part of Pflugerville's culture, heritage, and serves as the living reminder of strength and perseverance for those who paved the way for future generations. Top Ladies of Distinction believes it is important to preserve historical landmarks, support educational opportunities, and ensure that the stories of African American pioneers are never erased or forgotten. By supporting the Black Historical Section and African American Corner, we are promoting cultural awareness and community pride, diversity, historical education, and economic development through heritage preservation. We respectfully ask the Pflugerville City Council to adopt the formal resolution recognizing and supporting the historic colored edition African American Corner as an important historical and cultural district within the city of Pflugerville. This resolution would demonstrate the city's commitment to preserving Black history, honoring the descendants of the founding families, and supporting ongoing infrastructure and beautification efforts, ensuring that this significant part of Pflugerville's history receives the recognition and protection it deserves. As an organization committed to leadership, service, and strengthening our communities, Top Ladies of Distinction stands in support initiatives and perseverance, education, and youth celebrate and the contributions of the African American Pflugerville and throughout our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Good evening.
We see your T-shirt.
Thank you.
Hey, and we see your
I thought more
voted
people were going to be
sticker.
wearing yellow. I guess I'm a trendsetter. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Reverend Dr. Brian Dixon. I stand before you, a 5-year resident, United States Navy veteran, and associate minister here at St. Mary's Missionary Baptist Church under the leadership of Pastor Richard A. Coxon. I thought there'd be clapping, okay. Yesterday our nation observed Memorial Day. And since our first observance of Memorial Day, it reminds us that remembrance doesn't happen by accident, but it happens with intentionality. We have to choose to remember. We have to choose to honor. We have to choose to preserve. We have to choose what's too important not to forget. So tonight, Council, you have an opportunity to make a local decision. The same way that it's important to remember what the city chooses not to forget. So because decisions matter,
these decisions help us shape who is seen, who is honored, what is the foundation of our future inheritance, as we saw the young people who started this meeting out earlier today. Because the historic colored district is one of the most important historical communities in this city. It was built and founded by founded families who created a community when opportunity was limited, but dignity remained strong. They built homes. They built relationships. They built places of worship. They left a legacy. They have a legacy that deserves visibility, recognition, and preservation. This beautification plan is not just about signage. It's about honoring heritage. It's about rooted resiliency. It's about preserving history. It's about honoring community stories. It's about making sure future generations understand the significance of these neighborhoods. We respectfully ask the council to support the historically preserving street names and the interpretive signage and the recognizing founding families and preserving the identity of the historic colored addition. Preservation is also about protection, though. Before any further disturbance or development occurs, we do ask to investigate any possible unmarked graves outside the current fence line. We don't want to hold back progress. Thank you, but we want to preserve dignity and respect of those sacred spaces. Community members have spent years gathering stories, records, historical input. This plan reflects collaboration and stewardship and the love for community that should not be forgotten. So tonight I ask a yes vote to preserve, the recognition, a yes vote to continue the partnership with residents, descendants, the church communities, and the equity community. We're asking you to do this with us and not for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Powerful message. I need to get training on that preacher voice.
Yeah, I know. Good evening, Mayor Weiss, Mayor Pro Tem Holliday, council members, city officials, and fellow Pflugervillians. I am Maria de Jesus Dixon. I am a resident of Pflugerville, and I am here tonight as an associate minister at St. Mary Missionary Baptist Church, a founder of a nonprofit organization located here in Pflugerville, and as my family's genealogist. As such, I deeply understand that history isn't just about the past, it's about who we are today. I know the power of preservation firsthand. When my husband and I were looking for a church home, I came across the book titled Pflugerville, A Heritage to Remember, that was published in 2007 by the Pflugerville Library. Because of the history shared in that book by the Caldwell sisters, Dorothy and Betty, we learned of St. Mary Missionary Baptist Church and its history. We visited St. Mary and we soon joined in June of 2023. We didn't just find a church home, we found a spiritual family. St. Mary embraced us, invited us into ministry, and truly gave me my spiritual voice. That is why I'm here standing before you tonight. The historic colored addition beautification plan is not just about paving streets and putting up signs. It is about remembrance and honoring the founding families whose legacy deserve visible recognition. With that recognition, I respectfully request this council to support historically reflective street naming and interpretive signs to preserve the community's identity. Furthermore, true preservation must protect the sacred burial grounds connected to St. Mary's Cemetery, including an investigation of possible graves outside the current fence line before any future development occurs. This also includes the Santa Maria Cemetery, which I have personally seen the names of my own maternal and paternal ancestors on gravestones. The Bible speaks over 150 times about remembrance. The Hebrew word for remember is zakar, often meaning to recall the past in such a way that its power is felt in the present. Community members have spent years and countless hours gathering these stories and records. This plan reflects genuine collaboration and powerful stewardship that will build trust today. In the spirit of zakar, let remembrance move you to action.
I encourage this council to vote yes tonight on the resolution for the Historic Colored Addition Beautification Plan and to continue working with residents, descendants, churches, and the Equity Advisory Board to preserve this beautiful legacy for future generations. Allow future newcomers to discover this rich legacy as we did, and the opportunity to be part of such a vibrant, rich, and devout community. The eloquent and beautiful renowned poet and author Maya Angelou once said, "You can't really know where you are going until you know where you have been." So may this historic colored addition beautification plan be a remembrance of where courageous and righteous people have been. Thank you, and God be with you.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Tony Caldwell Hinton. I am a direct descendant of both the Tyson and Caldwell family. I'm standing here asking you to approve this resolution to go forward in moving for the beautification. But in the resolution, like others have already spoken, don't forget to include the families of those founding families that were first there, to make sure that we're included in any decision making. So just please adopt this resolution. Like I said, I am direct bloodline to Fannie Mae Tyson Caldwell, in which Fannie Mae Caldwell Elementary School is named after my grandmother. So I just ask you to adopt this resolution. And I'm also a member of St. Mary Missionary Baptist Church. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There's been some powerful speaking leading up to this. I don't know if there's anything more to be said. I'm going to ask if there's a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
I hear a motion to approve with a second.
Yep.
Do I have any further discussion from council?
I just want to take an opportunity to thank the Equity Advisory Board for your work. This is exactly what we wanted when we put the task force together, and so I'm very grateful. I just want to thank you for that.
Yeah. I think Kim said it best. You know, I know there's some people who have questioned why we have an equity commission.
This is why.
This is exactly why here from that as well. And it speaks volumes for all y'all to be out here tonight. And it speaks volumes about the people on that board to get us to where we are today. This would not happen because of us. It's all because of y'all.
Someone please take a screenshot as well of these two names here. Because
no surprises.
I'm just saying.
No surprises. No surprises.
I've always been in support of this.
Throwing shade down
Sorry,
there.
that was not shade.
I do want to. I want to mention one thing
Yes.
as we cast our votes on this item. Many people vote for us. Those of us up here, our council members, and me as mayor, to lead the community. But what we actually sign up to do when we run for this job, when we take this seat, is to help the community. So when I hear, this is something you want us to do with you, not for you. That resonates deeply. When this is something that we need the families to be a part of, that's what we're here for. We're here to help. We're here to assist. We're here to foster. We're here to do the work that needs to be done for the community. So,
And Mayor, I also want to reiterate to the point, we do know what time we're in right now and the nonsense that we're dealing with. And when you speak to your kids and other people about why Pflugerville is atypical and what it represents to people not only here in Central Texas or in the state and this country, this is the kind of thing that Pflugerville stands for. So we know.
Well,
I'm only waiting on you, sir.
I also wanted to say that, as Craig said, I love this plan of phase 1 through 3, but I also see a vision of beyond that, once we've achieved this, of bringing it to the other parts of the city to raise more awareness and understanding. And so I look forward to working with all of you guys on this.
So I'm just going to take a second since Kim called me out.
I'm taking a picture. She told me to take a picture.
Everybody take a picture. I believe in history. Henry Ford once said that history is bunk, and I don't believe that's true. I believe we are all shaped by our history, the history of our families, the history of our communities, history of our state, the history of our country, the history of our civilization, going back more than 2,000 years. That little hill outside of Jerusalem, right? That's our history, and it's very important to me that we preserve and protect and defend all of our history. And I want to thank everyone here who has been part of collecting that history and preserving that, and will be part of passing that on to future generations. Because, as a wise man once said, if you don't know where you're going, if you don't know where you're from, you don't know where you're going. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Caesar?
I'll be short and sweet.
Uh-huh.
The time for talk is over. The time for action is now.
All right.
So my only feedback is let's do it in sooner than 5 years.
All right. Where did Mimi go? Okay, I just wanted to make sure those that noise I heard on the way in, I imagine I'll hear some on the way out as this motion passes unanimously.
Amen. Amen. Did Tony start that?
Got some.
All right. We do have a couple other items on our agenda, but we'll make our way through it. This is item 7E, to discuss and consider action to approve a resolution authorizing the adoption of the City of Pflugerville Title VI program to include the Title VI Plan 2026 to 2029, Title VI Non-Discrimination Assurance, and Non-Discrimination Policy Statement. We have Assistant City Manager Toledo here to present.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight is to formalize a Title VI program for the City of Pflugerville. As a recipient of federal financial assistance.
Yeah. Is her microphone? Yeah. We'll give it a minute.
You know what? I don't think her microphone.
Yeah. All right, let's try now.
Certainly. This item is before you tonight to formalize our Title VI program for the City of Pflugerville. As a recipient of federal financial assistance, we must comply with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, national origin, age, sex, or disability. While the city has already been performing many of the requirements of a Title VI program, we don't have a formal adopted program in place. And that is what we're asking of the council tonight. I want to emphasize some of the actions that Pflugerville is already taking. We already reach into our census data and statistics for our projects and make sure that we're reaching target audiences. We already offer our website, which is available in multiple languages due to an add-on. We have bilingual staff. We train our employees already on non-discrimination, and we'll tie that specifically to Title VI going forward. In addition, we were praised recently by TxDOT for our public engagement plan during the Transportation Master Plan and our 2030 plan. Over the last couple months, we've worked with legal and purchasing and have the Title VI contract provisions in all our solicitations, contracts, and awards. And upon adoption of our Title VI program tonight, it will be in place for 3 years. And going forward, we will construct and post online a website specifically for Title VI to ensure our compliance, appoint a Title VI coordinator for the program, which will be our assistant to the city manager, and provide all needed Title VI policy information. So what I ask of you tonight is to With these procedures in place, we ask for approval of the resolution authorizing the adoption of the Title VI program.
All right, council, any questions?
Terry, the only thing I had some people reach out to me about this. Whenever you're, I'm just going to be blunt. Given what's going on in this country right now, whenever you talk about or anticipate anything regarding civil rights and the Civil Rights Act, people get nervous right now. And I'm glad you walked through why we're doing what we're doing. People were concerned about there were other rationales or reasons to why this is happening. So I appreciate that we were doing these processes beforehand. This is us complying with federal law and making sure we put these emphases in place now. And Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion from David and a second from Rudy. Any further discussion? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Terry. That brings us to item 7F. Discuss and consider action to approve a resolution of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, pursuing the implementation phase of a Safe Streets for All program associated with the Travis County Safe Streets for All Action Plan phase, and supporting and approving the supplemental of an application to the United States Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Roads for All funding, SS4A, grant program. We have Assistant Director Jurakoven.
That's correct. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Gabriela Jurakoven. I am newly appointed Assistant Director of Transportation. I've actually started working with City of Pflugerville, I believe 8 months ago. And I've had the opportunity to both apply for Campo and this time for Safe Streets for All for implementation phase, with a number of projects that resulted from Travis County action plan. So as you all know, back in 2024, City of Pflugerville had an application resolution to apply for Safe Streets for All for the safety action plan. At the same time, Travis County did the same, where it had some intersections and some road corridors that are part of City of Pflugerville. So because of that, we are eligible to apply for the implementation phase. The implementation phase is, so we are allowed to apply for this and we can plan for it within our CIP program within the next 5 years. So if we get awarded this grant opportunity, we will pay only 20% of the funds, which would be 1.4 million. And based on the intersections that I've evaluated, and that would be a great project for us to not just improve the safety of those intersections, but also to improve the corridors adjacent to those intersections. And that will result in a project which I named it City Intersection Visibility and Safety Enhancement Program, which is roughly valued at $7 million. And as I said, we have the opportunity to extend this project in 5 years maximum, allowed by U.S. Department of Transportation, but I think we can deliver it in 3 fiscal years if we have the funding, which would be $500,000 per fiscal year. And with these implementations, we will have signal modifications, crosswalk visibility enhancements, added turn lanes and signals, ADA compliance improvements, pedestrian refugee islands. So that's the result of this program. And of course, it advances Vision Zero and safety goals. And our Safe Streets for All program, City of Pflugerville's program, which was approved in December of 2025, and we have finally received the executed agreement in April 26, We are just starting now to have that. So we will, with the help of this project, we will have less. We will have, yeah, so we will fund the project sooner rather than later. So we'll enhance those safety improvements sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, this program was a 5-year program, and we don't have any news of continuing following 2027. So this is a great opportunity for City of Pflugerville to apply for the for the implementation of these projects under federal funding opportunities. Otherwise, for the other ones, we would definitely, once we have the action plan put together, we will seek, raise, or build program funding opportunities.
So to your point, Congress appropriated funds, and it's through 2027, and we're based on some of the bills that have been passed recently, funding models. We don't anticipate that to be renewed. Now, just like you said, if we have this plan in case, and they ultimately decide to take this back up again and do that, we'll be ready to go to receive further funds.
That is correct.
I'm going to say when I see a 20% local match requirement on a $7 million project for necessary and vital infrastructure, that's incredible. Thank you for finding this. This is a real great way for us to extend the reach of what we can accomplish, and yeah, that's impressive. Council, do I have any questions?
So we approved this resolution initially in 2024, but we haven't started any projects yet. Is that correct?
So the resolution that was approved for the safety action plan, the one that Travis County also approved, but they also got, so they got the grants awarded sooner as of last year, and they also delivered the action plan. We haven't received the grant until late of 25, so we are just starting our action plan. So we didn't have time to finalize our action plan in order to proceed with the implementation of our own action plan.
Okay, so this is step 2. We did step 1 and...
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? I do have a couple folks from the audience wishing to speak on this item.
I just have a minor question. There's no way we could add the intersection of 10th and Settlers Valley with this, is there?
Oh, no, this is what was identified through the, yes.
Okay.
All right.
It's a good one.
Craig Reinecke?
David.
Greg, you've got up to 3 minutes.
It's true. Almost happened to me.
Thank you. Good evening again to all the hardworking people before me and all those that are dedicated to still be here. Thank you so much. I'm very much encouraged to see so many neighbors showing up to be part of the city's future. Last thing was just amazing. I love it. Again, my name is Craig Reinecke. I am a Pflugervillian for over a couple decades now. I'm almost half my life. I've been loving it here. Wouldn't want to go back at all. And I am increasingly driven to find ways to better advocate for citizens and support their ability to be represented. Tonight, I am speaking as the Secretary of Strong Towns Pflugerville, strongtownspf.org. Plug. We're a local group of neighbors dedicated to building a town that is safer, more walkable, and financially strong for everyone. I like to use an edgy joke that we are pro-choice in transportation. Whether you're driving, biking, rolling, walking, or even crawling, we are here for you.
Careful with that joke.
That's why I'm here to support item 7F, the city's application for the safe streets and roads for all grants. I understand now I'm now learning it's more to the process. One specific area we wanted to highlight is the design of our neighborhood streets. I'm learning now that this is very much set, so I am wanting to kind of point out some other things that I was hoping that would have been on it. We are Strong Towns Pflugerville supports taking a closer look at any neighborhood roads that are over 28 feet wide. Right now, there are roads that are 40 feet wide that are 2-lane roads that are just, it's an abomination. While some of our 2-lane roads are as wide as 40 feet, the Strong Towns ideal for a neighborhood street with on-street parking is typically 26 to 28 feet. So it'd be interesting to see a survey of where that is, so we can actually start making improvements that are better for the people. Designing streets this way is a key part of the safe system approach to reduce speeding and protecting our neighbors. We can easily see the need for better design in our daily lives. I noticed improvements. I noticed one of the improvements happens to be on West Pecan, which is right in front of the historic colored addition that was just voted on. So I very much appreciate that. I know that there's other places to look at, like crossing 685 from Hendrickson High School. Or all the cut-throughs that bothers neighborhoods around Emmanuel. There's lots of different places that citizens are in danger because of just our road designs. So I'm looking forward to further collaboration as we keep going forward, and want to support any continuation that we have with this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Logan Ott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Logan Ott, and I'm here also representing Strong Towns Pflugerville in support for 7F. Especially appreciate this proposal focuses on practical and evidence-based safety improvements, including high-vis crosswalks, pedestrian refuge islands, enhanced lighting, and physical separation. These aren't just amenities, they're also critical interventions. Regional data shows proven safety treatments like these can reduce fatal and serious injury crashes by up to 86%. This effort perfectly aligns with Pflugerville's adopted Vision Zero goal of 2035, so 0 deaths by 2035. It correctly shifts the primary responsibility for safety from individual road users to the system and the designers. The core safe systems approach recognizes that humans will inevitably make mistakes, but it should not be a death sentence for people when those mistakes are made. Physics tells us that pedestrians' risk of death is cut in half simply by reducing vehicle impact speed from 25 miles per hour to 19 miles per hour. To that end, I also encourage the city to prioritize quick build and temporary safety solutions, such as paint, flex posts, daylighting intersections, like removing parking near the intersection. These are quick, not very expensive, and they are extremely safe. For example, in Taylor at 2nd and Main, that was a temporary project that is turning more and more permanent. It's a really awesome example. I strongly encourage the council to support this application and continue the vital work of protecting the lives of all Pflugervillans. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan.
So I did have a question. If we have data in the city for 24 and 25 about the fatalities and serious crash injuries, because the last resolution had it through 2023. So I'd be interested in knowing that information and then also tracking how these improvements have made us safer.
How are we getting to Vision Zero?
Currently we do have a program that collects data. Unfortunately, we have only localized intersections, but this program will deliver the data that you are requesting for the entire city and the TJ area. Only that we are just starting it. So we will have this data very soon. And we will compare it with what we've applied and what is currently happening and what we can do to improve it.
Because most cities and municipalities on the areas that are owned by the state don't necessarily collect that specific data point. So what you're saying is that we're going a step further to make sure that anything that's localized within our city will be able to collect that, including what the actual state TxDOT, for better lack of term, collects on theirs.
So TxDOT collects on theirs, that's correct,
Yes.
and our police department is collecting on ours, and I will work collaboratively with them,
Yeah.
exactly, to get that information.
All right. Council, any other questions?
Just real quick, I just wanted to echo the other folks that have thanked you all for finding programs like this and continue to do so. This was actually something that I was planning to bring up as part of the CIP conversation around, I know we're losing a grant this year for the variable speed signs that we've had for the last couple of years, and there is a near infinite number of projects, I think, where we can make the streets safer, and I'll also not poke at the school district, but there are a lot of areas where we should be partnering up more to ensure that our children can make it to school safely as well.
I think one of the best things we ever did was partner with the school district about future school designs. I know I'm trying to think of how we put it.
Location planning.
Yeah, location planning.
Yeah,
And,
not putting schools on highways.
yes, and so Weiss is a perfect example. Weiss Bowls and
Bowles and Carpenter back there. Yeah,
yeah.
helpful. Council, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and several seconds to choose from.
We did that like how long ago was that?
It's been a little while.
Yeah.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to, I do have two other individuals who filed a form to speak. I'm not sure if this was for item 7H or if it was just a late entry for public comment. So I'm going to ask if these individuals are still here. Are you Will Matheson?
Yes.
Come forward. Was this related to the CIP or something else?
Yes. We want a sidewalk, and I think
Go for it.
Sorry,
Go for it. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and if it's not on the agenda, we can't respond. But
It's
if it
okay.
is, then
I understand that. So the other person was my neighbor.
That's Steven Sells.
Steven, yeah. He had a survey that 55 of our neighbors weighed in on what this sidewalk means. But I'll read mine. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city staff. My name is Will Matheson. I'm here to bring attention to a need for a sidewalk connecting Altazino Cove and Phelps Drive. These are two streets in the Vine Creek neighborhood with no safe, walkable connection between them. Vine Creek is out there by Melbourne Lane and Seal Road in the northeast part of Pflugerville. For the past 2 years, I've been hosting a monthly full moon ride at the Pflugerville Vine Creek City Park. The full moon ride is a brief yet magical opportunity where neighbors can meet face to face, stand shoulder to shoulder, and enjoy the moonlit streets of Vine Creek on our bikes, trikes, skates, carts of all kinds, and pretty much anything that has wheels. Our group's main priorities are community and safety, and enjoying the moon, which there's a waxing gibbous if the clouds aren't in the way when you walk out. The next full moon is on Sunday, and it's a blue moon, which is a rare one. Anyways, it's always bothered me that our neighbors on Altazino Cove are on this solitary street trapped in a sidewalk island. You can't do anything except go on Melbourne. And Melbourne's, it's not a fun road. We can't ride out there, and they can't ride over to us to join without crossing that dangerous street because there's no access. When I first met neighbors on Altazino Cove, I learned that many of them didn't have access to the community pool, so we staged an Altazino rescue themed moon ride where we braved the perilous pitch black stretch of road across the nearly 1-lane bridge over the creek on Melbourne to deliver a stack of applications for a pool key. Sometime later, after a different ride, there was a group of children leaving the pool, and I overheard that they were walking home to Altazino Cove. Even with the brightness of the full moon, it was just too dark and unsafe. And it's not just around the bridge. There's there's no place you can step off the road on Melbourne. It's got overgrown brush. There's rattlesnakes. There's a bunch of unhygienic trash. The delivery drivers that use bottle bathrooms. So I gave the kids some of our flashlights and safety vests and told them that they were paid for by the Shadow HOA. I've been dissatisfied with how the Vine Creek Developers and Homeowners Association have handled this sidewalk situation. I know it's not so simple, but that doesn't mean we should wait years to address it. Every year that the HOA and Vine Creek Developers dither is a year lost for these kids growing up without safe access to the city park and community pool. It's a year lost of families who can't walk more than a single street as they try to soothe their newborn child before bed. We had submitted a proposal to for the bond survey, with comments saying, here's an idea of the project, and we're just attending these meetings to learn the the machine working. So we'll get there. This isn't the last that you'll see of me. So I'll finish the rest of my speech later.
Thank you. Thank you. Is Mr. O'Shea still here? Yeah. I would love for someone from staff to connect with you regarding our Trail Gap Connection programs. I'm looking at a map that may be a good opportunity to the back there of the cove. All right. Council, that brings us to, I don't believe we need to talk about CIP again, so it brings us to the executive session portion of our agenda. So strap in while I read through all of this. Item 7I is executive session pursuant to to Chapter 551.072 of the Texas Government Code, deliberations regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, transfer, and/or sale of real property related to the Limestone Commercial to Pfluger Farm Lane North project. Item 7J, executive session pursuant to Section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code, deliberations regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, transfer, and/or sale of real property related to the property located at 2714 Kelly Lane, Pflugerville, Texas. Item 7K, executive session pursuant to Section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code, deliberations regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, transfer, and/or sale of property related to property located at 901 Old Austin Hutto Road, Pflugerville, Texas. And item 7L, executive session consultation with legal counsel pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding provision of emergency medical services for the city of Pflugerville. The time is 9:52 and we are in executive session.
that.
No pens for you. No soup.
Soup for you. I'm gonna watch that going to bed tonight now. I gotta get the wife to wake up. Caesar, you're following me home. We gotta put that basketball hoop up.
The time is 10:52. We have returned from executive session and no action was taken. I'm going to open the open session item for item 7I, which is an open session to discuss and consider action to authorize city staff and city attorney to take any and all action necessary to secure right of entry and access to real property for the purpose of conducting a survey and any other testing as needed for the limestone commercial to Pfluger Farm Lane North project.
Oh, yeah. We got a second. Okay.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. All right, 4-3. Motion passes.
All right.
The time coming to the end of our agenda with no other business left. Time is 10:53.
Whoa.
What?
What?
What did I miss? I did the gavel thing, so I don't know if it counts. We didn't pull anything from consent.
Well, 7L, discuss, and there's an open session item there, discuss and consider action regarding provision of emergency medical service for the city of Pflugerville. I would like to move that we instruct the city
David,
attorney.
we haven't opened the item.
Yes.
Well, would you open the item, please?
I have no intention of opening the item.
I don't think we need to open the item tonight.
I don't see a second for opening the item.
Oh, second.
Okay, let's vote on whether or not we open the item.
Okay.
I don't know the
We're
protocol
voting
for
to
this.
if we're going to open the item.
Voting if we want to open the item.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's go home.
10:54. We're adjourned.
Serena.